Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Top alcohol,
Right.
and then by 2025,
Yep.
Leah might be pregnant.
Yep.
And then he goes in and runs top
fuel.
Top steals her ride, and then she has the baby, and then does
doesn't
she
give her a ride back.
No, but when she has the baby and she says, "Tony, I want to get back in a car."
Yeah.
What's T do?
At that point, I think it'd be a 2-car team, honestly. I think
At
they
that
do.
point, he says you need to go find a sponsor.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
I got a little droopy mic syndrome. I may have to tighten up the little screw here. You know how particular I am about my mic position.
Do you need mods with the screwdriver?
No, I got it. Gotta make sure that we're on, all forums, Facebook, YouTube, and Rumble is where you can watch us, visually. That's that's a whole other experience in itself. Like, I don't want to deter everybody who there's a lot of people obviously that only listen to us audibly, Lummy.
Of course.
Poor guy busted his ass in Fort Walton Beach on 103.1. He didn't have the luxury of being able to watch us, but he can audibly hear us. But I will tell you, it's a whole different experience to be able to watch and then hear us talk amongst ourselves during the hot mic. When you're hearing commercials, you're hearing us talk kind of naughty sometimes. Or Anna throwing a fit, or Dan cutting on Anna, or just Dan getting in an argument with Chat. Just us trying to keep Dan calm. That's pretty much how it goes. Did everybody have a pretty good weekend?
Oh, it was the best. The
Really?
best. Yeah.
You came out with the best. Like, what was so good about yours? Like, I mean, we're gonna probably end up going through all of ours a
I
little
taped
bit.
some of it. Hopefully it'll be up today, maybe tomorrow.
Right.
I did my first cold plunge. That was probably the highlight of the weekend.
Okay. Is that did you do that just like sanctioned or unsanctioned? Did you just
It was sanctioned.
Like, did you just get
No, I took a class.
Thought maybe you just put a bunch of ice cubes in the bathtub.
What do they teach you? Like how to jump in the cold water and not panic?
Yeah, like how can you not?
More so what to
dump them in the
expect.
water.
How can you not mess that up? I mean, other than just don't drown. Hey, don't drown yourself.
Or jump out and say it's too cold.
Yeah, there are a few aspects to it. First, they go over all the benefits of what it is. I already knew that. I was helping the instructor out.
Hold on now. Let's start there.
You wanted to teach it?
So
yes, I did.
You go to this place, right?
Yeah, I'll give him a plug. It was a great facility. It's called Iceberg Cold Plunge St. Pete.
Iceberg Cold Plunge St. Pete, and that's all they do is cold. They're not trying to put sell you like a chai green shake.
No. It was a cold plunge, sauna, and the infrared light stuff, like that Jimmy Cleavis does, that sort of stuff.
Right. So they have like the cold plunges, just like these literally big farm grain.
Yeah, I
like-
taped the whole thing, so
Like the kind of cow
you'll
eats.
see it.
Like,
yes,
like
it's a deep tub.
Yeah, just a big tub that literally Lummy could go down to Tractor Supply and buy.
Yeah, what a great business. Let's get.
Now all you need is an ice machine,
Ice machine,
and
water.
and a hose. That's all. I mean, Dan, we can make us $1 million. We got startup fees of like what? How many different tanks did they have?
Three tubs.
All right. Well, Dan, we're gonna have 5.
All right.
Because then we on
Because
ice,
5's better than 3.
yeah,
I'll
because
send
we
you
don't want
the-
anybody waiting.
Right.
We want to be able to say, hey, we got the biggest amount of tubs. And so let me need 5 tubs from Tractor Supply.
Yep.
We can need to get one of those Manioc ice machines.
Yep.
Those are about $4,000.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, you can get a real industrial strength one, and then you need some a water hose.
A hose.
And
Those
a
are about
ho-
20 bucks.
Yeah, max.
It's in either
So for
website.
about $6,000, we're in business.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. And so Anna, what were they charging for the plunge? Like if you're just the average person
I
off the
gave you
street.
their memberships. Like for one drop in, I think it's $20.
Dude,
What?
Bubba ice bath, $20,
Yeah.
man.
All right, hold on. Anna just sent
Put
me.
them in
Yeah.
the parking lot.
Let me just.
So I took a class for $20 because
hold
why
on.
not?
We're gonna have a van,
So you can go to
mobile
the-
ice baths.
There you go.
You literally could just have like a little Dan. You know, like the little merchandise trailer I have out back. I mean, you can have like this computer. It's giving me like a stuck. See how?
Yeah,
it's,
well, don't get mad at me.
No, I'm not mad at you.
Okay.
I'm just my computer's stuck. Look,
Yeah,
Lummy,
I see it. You
completely-
can't drag it. You
I'm
can't drag
completely
it.
stuck. Like I'm just stuck. Probably from this jobber ass GoDaddy hosted website that you're sending me that just completely locked me up. Look, I'm locked up. All right, well, I guess we can see a little bit on the stage. Redefining wellness, recovery, and healing. Cold plunge, infrared sauna, red light therapy. So now it's literally $20 to go to this
For a
place.
bath. Do you get to take
yeah.
warm water afterwards, or do you have to stay in the cold? Like, do you get to get a hot plunge after that?
Well, no. Well,
She
they
got a hot
suggest
plunge,
doing
all right. It just wasn't at this facility.
up top.
I'm sure
All
when it's really cold, your breasts
All right,
are
so-
very, very, very high.
So
And,
I have it
and
on
to skin
tape.
ratio.
Bubba, I'm telling you this right now. I have done some grueling workouts over my years. I've been choked out. I've had Rob Kahn, with the "What time is your grip" on my face.
Right.
I've had a lot of painful things done, a lot of challenging things. This was
have sex with
by
plates?
far, yes. This was by far the worst. The first 30 seconds of this, I thought I was gonna die. And that's why I took the class.
How long do you have to stay in?
3 minutes. It was.
Wait,
I'm just
wait.
trying to get this off my screen.
3-minute plunge,
I just,
20 minutes.
I just
20
look. I'm
20
just.
bucks,
It's
3
just.
minutes.
I'm just locked.
Wow.
Look, because it's. Oh, look. I can't do. I can't do. I can't do
Can't do
literally
nothing.
It's just got me locked up. Oh God, I want to punch Anna.
What?
Because it's probably because it's hosted Lummy on some bulk
Jobber.
bulk.
I don't think
yeah.
so.
Well,
Crash the system.
all right. So you walk in there and you give them. Now, did you buy a package or did you buy
Well,
just
I took a class, so it wasn't like a drop-in class. It wasn't a drop-in service. It was a class. So we had to be there at 4 p.m. and it was a full class. There was like 7 of us, and it was $20 each.
How long was the class?
45 minutes, an
Right,
hour.
so-
45 minutes to teach you how to take a bath?
Well, they go through all the benefits, Dan, and I like learning stuff, even though I didn't learn anything because I already knew everything. And then they kind of tell you what to expect, and then of course they give you the plug because they want you to become a member. And it was just nice to have, it was a bonding
Now,
experience with the people there.
What is a member? Like, what does that entail?
Well, you can come in like as many times as you want through the month.
and how
sort
much?
of a deal.
And so, like, if you wanted to do one day, like one every day, like that's what they, right?
If
you're
you
a
wanted
member,
to do unlimited for a month, it'd be $85.
oh, that's it.
Nothing.
Yeah, so you can come in every
It's a
day.
bath a
You
week.
can do sauna as much as you want, then infrared stuff. You could just use whatever you want.
Can you go in every day?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
if you
it's,
paid $85, you could go in every day.
Yeah, unlimited use of all of their services.
Well,
yes,
that seems pretty
$85.
reasonable.
It sure does.
Yeah.
Now, okay, so what are they saying when they sit down? Okay, welcome to Iceberg Cold Plunge. And so we have you 7 people here gathered, and we're going to give you the benefits of what a cold plunge does. Do they first like tell you, well, first of all, it consists of a big horse tub that we bought at Tractor Supply and some ice and some water.
Yeah.
And the temperature gets down to
It was 45.
45 degrees.
Do you guys share water or is it fresh water for every person?
Well, there were 3 tubs and there were 7 of us, so it was like 3 different sessions. If that makes sense.
I mean, like,
So that means you guys were sharing water?
Yeah.
oh, what if I would have peed? I would have peed it. I would have
It's hard to pee when it's that cold.
No,
I think.
I don't think anyone was peeing.
Yeah, I
in.
don't think
you could
anybody-
barely breathe.
Now, so you're saying out of everything you've
I
ever
can pee
done,
in solid ice.
of course, because you're Dan Diaco.
I could do it. You won't be able to feel your penis.
Dan's pee
it's
comes
horrible.
out at 140 degrees.
Yeah.
It melts
So-
everything.
Yeah. Dan, why is all your ice melting? Because
I don't know.
peed
I don't know.
a lot.
I have no idea.
So it's 45 degrees.
Yeah.
And
Red,
how-
if you could get this like on YouTube, before, pre-published.
I can't get anything.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
completely locked up. Like Mach or somebody needs to come in. Like I'm completely your link that you sent me. Like my complete computer. Look,
so it's in Nigeria.
everything is locked up.
Yeah.
After I clicked, like everything.
I understand
is locked up.
everything.
Everything.
Tomorrow,
And I
your
can't. And
bank
I
accounts
tell you
will
what
be
I'm going
empty.
to do is it's going to ruin my fucking day if I have to restart my computer and you can see all the tabs that I have ready to go to talk about today.
Yeah, I sure do.
I am going to just
You got a virus from the website, and
Yep.
I was probably gonna get ringworm from the bathtub.
you represent us.
So it's a
Yes.
win-win for everyone.
So what do they tell? First of all, how long do you have to like? I mean, I'm sure you can. Yeah, do whatever you got to do, buddy. This is ridiculous. Anna, how long do they ask you to stay? Like, what's the?
Well, it was 45-minute class, but I was there probably for about an hour.
No, but when they when they tell you,
Yeah.
all right, it gets down to 45 degrees, and we would like for you to like, what do you get optimal? Like the time. What's the optimal like best thing for you?
Well, I didn't know how long I had to stay in there for.
That's it?
I thought.
Mach, that's it. You're the man. All right. So Anna, what? So all right. Thank you. So Anna, like,
Yeah.
what's optimal?
Well, he said he has a 95% success rate with people staying in for 3 minutes. He just wanted us to do 3 minutes.
Right.
No more, no less. And that freaked me out because I thought he was going to say 45 seconds. So 3 minutes kind of freaked me out.
Now, do they have a
Because 3 minutes is a long time when you're in agony.
Do you have
so
booties?
no, you got nothing.
Are you nude?
No,
Now,
you're in a
Mach, it
bathing
looked like
suit.
you had all my stuff fixed. Now you just took it all away. Are we still okay?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Having anxiety
Oh,
here.
man.
So Anna, so
Yeah.
3 minutes.
Yeah.
And 3 minutes is 3 minutes, but when like you're 3 minutes like on a root canal or 3 minutes on being in 45-degree weather,
Yeah.
like being plunged, like
Yeah.
it's complete, like every second's just killing you, right?
Yeah, yeah. But
Now,
there's a steep drop
are
off.
you ready to jump out at any time?
I am not kidding. The first 30 seconds, it was some of the worst pain. Like,
Pain?
well,
It hurts. Cold hurts.
Your body is like, get the F out of there now. Like I felt like I was thrashing, but I knew because I was on camera and I was in a class that I would behave, which is part of the reason why I wanted to do
Hold
it.
on, Mach. By the way, I don't need her stupid website. Perfect. Oh my God, thank you.
Don't click on that until the show's over.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Don't click on what? Her oh yeah, I ain't doing it. So now, do you have like a bathing suit or a one piece?
I have a bathing suit.
Okay.
Again, I have it all. I filmed the whole thing. I put a little video together.
Okay.
And hopefully it'll be posted.
We will. We
Okay.
will.
Well, it'd be nice to,
Anna,
for reference.
We post all your stuff.
No, I know, but
we only
just
got
have
one
it
guy that
available.
works in the posting department. Okay.
I understand.
Is your one piece like what they wore in the 20s at the beach?
It was a 2-piece.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what was the guy to girl ratio with regards to the people that were in your class? There were 7 total.
Yeah, there were 5 women and 2 men.
Okay. Any rug? Were the women pretty? Were the men ugly? Were the men
Yeah,
thick?
the women were attractive for the most part, and then there was one couple I couldn't place it. They looked similar, so I thought that they may be brother sister, but then I think they were a couple, which was weird because they looked very similar. So
It's kind of weird.
yeah, it was
All right,
weird. I was
so
trying to figure it out.
Now, when they are giving you this class, they want you to stay in 3 minutes. What are they saying? Because Dan's a doctor, and
Yeah.
he'll be able to tell us, what's up, Gloria? Saying hi to Gloria. What do they say is the benefits? Like, does it make your body release like some type of endorphins?
Oh, I mean, I already knew the benefits. Well, when you have like an injury, right, and you put ice on it, it helps with inflammation.
Right.
So you just submerge your whole body in essentially ice water. It reduces inflammation.
Right.
The dopaminergic effects, which I already knew because I listened to a lot of Andrew Huberman and Peter Attia. So you get like a raise in dopamine, and it lasts for many hours. It's not like, a hit of dopamine from like social media where it's like up and then a crash of dopamine. So you get sustained.
Now, how long do you mean dopamine, like that euphoric,
Yeah, you feel good afterwards. You feel, invigorated.
like
certainly.
going to the gym, kind of.
Yeah, but it lasts longer than that.
How long did your particular dopamine last?
I think the rest of the day, we did the plunge around 5 p.m. and the rest of the day I was, bopping around. But also I was really scared to do it, and then I did it.
You're
so
scared.
I was
You're
happy.
scared to do everything. Like, let's just be honest. Your starting point of most things are scared.
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
most
I live a
new
fear-based
things-
life.
reference.
Yeah, I mean that's your par.
Yeah, that's my baseline.
Is scared.
Yeah.
No matter if we would reassure you a million times, you're like, Anna, I'm scared. And you're scared.
But I do it, and it's okay to be scared, but I still do it.
No, we're not saying that you don't do it. We're just saying you roll around scared.
Yes.
By nature.
Yes.
So
I'm risk averse, if you will.
anything. Okay, so besides what they're teaching the class, besides telling you that, giving you the example when you injure something, you put ice on it, it helps the swelling. Well, this helps swelling throughout your entire body. It releases dopamines. And then what else?
I'm trying to think of... Oh, just autophagy, and I was the one that brought that up.
What's autophagy?
We talked about it before. It's like cellular rejuvenation. It's good for your mitochondria. It, breaks down the old mitochondria and builds new ones, so you get more powerhouse organelles.
Dan, what's mitochondria?
They're the little power.
It's the powerhouse of the
energy.
cell.
It's the little
That's the
energy
one
produced.
thing I remember from school.
Jesus,
Wow,
Fred,
Rhett.
that's very aggressive. Settle down a little
just
bit.
got
Jesus.
super-
Sorry, I
excited.
mean, it's been 7 years since I graduated, and that's the first time I've ever talked about mitochondria outside of school.
Isn't that exciting?
I don't know how to do my taxes most of the way, but I do know that mitochondria is the powerhouse of the
Man,
cell.
this guy shot out of a cannon today.
He got excited. He said, "Mom,
I had a great weekend, sorry.
We'll go to yours next. So,
Jeez.
so
They're little bean-looking organelles within a cell that produce ATP.
right.
Interestingly, they don't have the same DNA as your cells. They're actually like bacterial DNA.
You only get it from your mother's
Yep.
side.
Right. So, Dan, what do you say within the 3 or 4 things that she's saying, this potential, 45-degree 3-minute dip inside of a horse trough? What do you think that medically it would be something that it works, or is it a big
There's absolutely some benefits to it. I watched Derek Brooks do it after every single practice and after every single game for the 14 straight years he played football. So, the guys that do it seem to have better longevity than some of the guys that don't. I don't know that, I want to do it. And I'm sure when you get out of the water, the boys look just like the girls.
Yeah.
Oh, as far as your little balls,
Shrinkage.
Right.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Well, that's the only reason
Opposite.
you wouldn't do it.
I'm on the penis pump. I'll be pumping. You guys be shrinking.
So you're saying that while you're in the tub, you might have the pump on.
My boys.
With the infrared.
The infrared.
God forbid you get a little ladybug when you get out of there.
Yeah, I'm gonna have like 3 neoprene warmers, 2 for my feet and 1 for my deal.
I gotta think, man. If it's
Neoprene jockstrap.
if I bought an ice machine, Lummy, we could just have one out back. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, put it in the parking lot.
I mean,
Oh,
no,
yeah,
not in the
dude.
parking lot, in the back, but a car lift.
Oh,
Just
there
put
you
it
go.
back there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but you think like the homeless people hop in just for a quick
No,
bath?
no. I mean, I don't think so.
No, I
They wanna
promise
hop
you they
out.
will not do that.
So Anna,
No one wants to be in there.
You first get in.
I
okay?
went first, by the way.
Did you really?
Yeah, I didn't want to.
Daredevil.
I didn't want to see anybody else's face. You know what I mean? Because I knew that'd freak me
So
out.
you're like, you know what? I'm just going to go in and I know how bad it is, but I won't be freaked out by how bad it is
Bubba.
by seeing somebody else how bad it is.
Bubba, I did not know how bad it was going to be. I thought I was going to be uncomfortable. I didn't know it was going to be like that. So I'm really glad I went first. And
Now,
just
when you
got
get
over
in,
with.
I got to think that you
squeak?
I got to think that you like just kind of put your feet in and then just plunge, because if you go and try to like kind of inch yourself
Oh,
in,
no, you
you'll
just
never
throw
do
yourself in. And when I put my feet in, I'm like, oh, this isn't so bad. But once I submerged like my chest,
And I'm assuming
I'm
you're just
up
it's
to my
clear,
chin.
Yeah, you're up. It's chin high.
Yeah.
Right. And the clock. And they start the clock.
Yeah.
And from 0 to 30, you said it was the worst thing you've ever experienced in your entire life.
To the point where my brain was like, this isn't healthy. Like I'm gonna die. Like because you just feel the blood completely leaving your body, and not leaving your body, but leaving your extremities and going to your vital organs. So everything is like serious pins and needles. All the blood leaving your body.
Do they say, Anna, like people that do it, like Dan, you said that Derek Brooks did it after every practice and every game for 14 years. Do you think that you build a little bit of a tolerance?
Yes.
To it? Oh, yeah.
The guy says like within a week you can go from like 2 to 5 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like they're saying you kind of get used to it a little
Correct.
bit. All right.
Yeah.
Well, you got that to look forward to at least.
Yeah.
At least it's not like,
That was the worst, hopefully.
So now, from 0 to 30, then now at 30, does it start kind of like, okay, all right?
I would say about 45 to 1 minute, you're like, okay. And then after the 1 minute, like I probably could have gone 5 minutes because after a certain amount of time, you just kind of relax and you kind of get your breathing under control. Although no one was breathing quite like me. Maybe I watched too much Wim Hof. You know who that is?
No.
Okay. Well, I think I watched too much of him, so I was just trying to do
I would know who
crazy...
Wim Hof is.
Yeah,
we
Wim
actually
Hof.
did watch him on the show a little bit.
Okay, that's great.
Okay.
I can't remember. I mean, I can't
Remember
remember.
last week.
Sorry, that's true.
Yeah, please.
My
I
mistake.
remember the Packer game from yesterday.
Yeah, right.
So now, are you going to make this part of are you going to do it? Are you going to start doing it?
It felt really good after I was done, but of course it would feel good when
And
you're
it's
done.
kind
You're
of
just out of
expensive
that
in your
cold ass bath.
and your budget.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I do sauna. I love the sauna. I do hard stuff. I fast. I do all the things. This was the last thing I had to try, and it was pretty rough. So
Now, are there benefits to? And I could kill myself. I used to have one of those infrared saunas.
Oh, you did?
And and Tierra Verde, and I gave it to Tom Bean. I'm going to ask if he uses it, because if he doesn't, I'm going to get it back. Because I used to think that I would sit in it for 20 minutes.
Really?
And I always felt like it was good for me. Now, Dan, is a sauna, like what's the the definitions of how saunas can help?
Well, I mean, you're supposed to sweat out your toxins, but it's interesting that cold has absolute benefits. We thought sauna had a lot of benefits, and maybe not as much as the cold.
Really?
but it has some serious benefits. Here's the thing: the stuff with saunas.
You know sauna benefits too?
Yeah, of
Okay,
course. I
all
listen to Dr. Rhonda Patrick. So
Oh, sure.
yeah. It's the opposite. So it helps with your circulation, right? Vasodilation, because it's really, really hot, that sort of thing. A lot of, the sweating out of the toxins thing. It's more autophagy stuff. Anytime you're stressing the body by like a little bit, like good stress, you're building resilience, which is essentially like the major tenet of longevity.
Which is why global warming is good for us.
Okay.
Climate change, extremes, it makes us stronger.
Yeah.
Now, do they ever do they ever have any instances where people go like cold, like hot, like a 20-minute sauna deal, then right to the 3 or 4 minute cold deal?
Yes, they talk
Go
about
back and forth.
What is it called? The contrast something. But they recommend you do that. You do like 15 minutes in the sauna,
Right.
5 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes in the bath, and you do that for a few cycles, and then you always want to end on cold.
So you do a few sets of those?
Yeah.
Like, okay,
Supersets.
So you do like, okay, 15 minutes in the sauna,
Yeah.
3 minutes in the
Ice bath.
15 minutes in the sauna, 3 minutes in the ice bath,
Yeah.
15 minutes in the sauna, and then you end with the 3 minutes in the ice bath. You always
Yes.
end on the cold.
That's what they suggest. I didn't know why.
It's like cold forged steel.
You're just making your body, harder and harder, and like you said, you're just
It's all about like giving yourself a little bit of stress so that you can handle, the bigger stress of life.
Oh, I got stress,
essentially.
all right. I don't need a goddamn cold plunge.
Yeah.
Bubba, I've surfed in 54-degree water with a wetsuit, and it is so freaking uncomfortable.
Really?
It
Even
hurts.
after the wetsuit.
That's
At the
54.
wetsuit, it just hurts.
Yeah.
That's 9 degrees hotter than Anna's little
Yeah,
raisins
it
were
hurts.
exposed
No
to.
wetsuit.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Oh.
It
I
was
won't do it.
Are you gonna do it again?
I don't know, Bubs. I don't know.
It's so great that you don't want to do it a second time.
I probably will at some point, but I mean, because it can't be that bad. Like, people do this every day and they're fine, you know?
Well, I don't think it's bad at all.
No.
In fact, I don't think that is hurting anything.
No,
it may
it's
not.
not.
It may not have the super Rambo effects that they say it is, but by any consolation, it probably is not hurting anything.
Yeah, and I think standard recommendation for like optimal benefits is about 11 minutes a week.
Now, Dan, can that hurt your your skin? Can it make it older or younger, or like is there anything that you have to worry about as far as like what it potentially could do to your skin texture?
I don't think it would hurt your skin.
No. I mean, if you stay in too long, you get hypothermia, obviously. I think that's the main thing
you
gotta
don't want
worry
like
about.
to necrose your fingertips and your toes and your tip of your penis and your earlobes and your
3
nose
minutes is
tip.
fine.
Dan would walk in with a penis sock.
Yeah, try it.
He would.
Melissa Carpenter, $100 Venmo.
Oh, love her. Man, airtight, ski pole, love him from the west side. Kenny Priz, shivering Sarah Niz. Lummy, he laid down Friday. He prepaid for next year on the PayPal.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, he prepaid for BARP 7.
What a badass.
Yeah, on Friday, Lummy, he PayPal'd he's already paid.
Nice.
And then, of course, my buddy Tarpon Mark and his huge thing that he did last week. Thank you. I think I'm trying to organize maybe a lunch with him, in the next few weeks. Dan, did you guys have a football game Saturday?
We sure did.
And so, what are you, 3-0?
We won 27-0. Again, using my Bubba play over and over again.
And then I was actually thinking about it in the shower a couple days ago. I'm like, when 3 doesn't work, then we'll just do 3R, which is completely opposite. If their corners start already cheating to win our guy to the side, because all of the patterns.
Well, they were running
are
a
out.
4-2. They were running a 4-2 defense trying to stop it, and it didn't work. And then they went back to a 3-3, and then we just completely destroyed them.
Right.
Because a 3-3, you can't defend it with a 3-3.
No.
The 4-4 is better to defend it.
And I'm the one that gave you that idea.
Oh, he's dying.
Let me.
He needs a cold plunge. Okay.
Let me. What'd you choke on, a hairball?
No, it's Dan.
Hairball.
Dr.
Yeah,
Dan.
furball.
So Dan, let me see. I think this weekend I might be able to go to the game, and
that'd be great.
So I listen. I got a lot of stuff to talk about. I did speak to Ronnie on Friday at 3:00. And so I'll get into that.
On the grader. Oh, can I one more shout out?
Steven went down again today, or this weekend.
What do you mean?
Well, went down to the ground.
Oh, we'll talk about that momentarily. What do you want to chime in?
I just wanted to thank your contact. I don't know if he wants to be named or not, but we went to, I'll just call it now because I already went, but the attic. We went to the attic yesterday.
Oh, was it good?
Yeah, it was
You mean
really
your
nice.
little brunch deal?
Yeah, my little brunch deal. It was lovely. So I just want, can I say his name? Or?
Yeah, of course.
Mike. So Mike, thank you for setting that up for us.
So how is it?
Cute, but they're moving location, so they're closing soon.
The attic shutting down. What's the next one going to be called? The basement?
Now, I think is the firm selling that building and moving?
I have no idea, Bubba. All I know is they're closing that down and reopening somewhere else.
It's a beautiful
But it was
building in
super
downtown,
cute.
and I wouldn't ever want to think. I mean, unless they just got some huge number for that. I don't know. I mean, Dan, I think
Maybe they outgrew it.
Well, maybe
That's probably the case.
Yeah.
Honestly, it was busy.
I gotta think if you own that type of brownstone, huge downtown building. So I think it's off of Madison Street. Unless a condo. I'm thinking, Dan, there might be huge condos on Kennedy. I think that there might be huge condo developments that are buying the entire block. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
For these huge, element type condo living. I mean,
oh yeah, I'm looking it up where it is. They actually do have a plan. I believe they're putting like a hotel condo concept right around there.
Yeah. So Dan, they probably bought the building for like, I don't know, $3 or $4 million 10 years ago. Probably gonna sell it for 30. God bless them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Hey, Bubba the Love Sponge. How you doing, buddy? This is Ryan the Carney.
Brian the Carney. Hi, Brian the Carney.
Yeah, hey, I just want to let Anna know I was listening to 102.5 on Thursday,
Oh, Jesus.
and because your guys weren't on, about 140, and I think her name's Meredith, but they were all over there talking all kinds of crap about Anna. If you listen to it about 1:40 in the afternoon, you ought to listen to it on 102.5.
Well, what?
We got a Meredith.
No, it wasn't.
Meredith is not on 102.5.
He's not. He's got. It was probably Monica.
Oh, yeah, it was Monica.
It was
Everyone loves Monica.
It's a girl named Monica.
That bitch almost lost her job last week, so she can shut the hell up.
Not Meredith.
Yeah, she's tiptoeing around there now.
What happened?
She's on a speak when spoken to.
Oh, she pissed off JP and he walked off.
Stop. Let me get everybody. You guys are way ahead of the curve as to you think everybody knows what in our little world. Let me explain what's going on.
Exciting topic, sorry.
You were listening to the JP and Roger show, and there's a board op here in town named Monica, a little short Mexican bitch. Okay? I never have liked her ever. I actually don't. Roger doesn't like me, but I've actually tweeted to him back when I had a Twitter back in the day. Now I got my Twitter back, but I'm like, Roger, I know you hate me, but I know a little bit about radio. I could absolutely not be able to put up with her nonsense. You being a major host out of Long Island. And if anything ever would happen to Calta, they would probably syndicate, Roger and JP in the morning, which is what they probably should do. But anyway, I got a lot of respect for your skill set. Got a respect for your show.
Great voice, Roger.
You guys are great. I think you guys, you and Drew and John Sending are the best, the best talent on that station. But I couldn't put up with that mouthy Buffalo Bill bitch for a minute.
She does love the Buffalo.
Oh, I know enough about her. She's about 4'9".
She is tiny.
She's just hideous in every way. Her ability, her chime in, her lack. By the way, Monica, turn your mic up. Jesus God, your levels are horrible. You're so liberal and woke and snowflake that like 90% of the demo cannot even comprehend your nonsense. And if I'm Roger and JP, I absolutely call up Jason Meter or whoever and say, get that bitch off my show now. Period.
She's a board op and she can't check her own levels.
She's like a mic 3 and
she's whatever. It's
she does like weather for the cluster.
Now, what did she say about Anna?
Well, they were talking about Anna, about a job that came available or something, and Anna said, something about waiting in line, and she said, I'm not waiting in line. And I think Monica said, they were talking about how they said you got fired or something a week later or something. Well, you have to listen to it. I can't remember. I tried to call in Friday to let Anna know on her show, but it wouldn't go through. But all
right. Well,
if you listen to it 1:40 in the afternoon is when it was on.
All right, I'll have Red.
Thank you.
I'll have the boys run it down. Maybe I'll replay it.
Oh my God,
Appreciate
what a dumb bitch! That happened like 7 years ago, and it was a joke, and she can't get over it.
So now, hold on now.
Yeah.
Between you and Rhett, who's got ties over there, what did she get in trouble for, or what transpired for her to piss off Roger?
Right, you want to take this
I don't know 100% if she's actually on like a gag order, but when you listen to their show, she used to chime in a lot more. And usually whenever something like this happens, she'll be quiet for a few weeks and then she'll slowly but surely come back. But what happened this initial time was, I don't even remember what they were talking about, but
Joy Behar?
Yes, and JP had said like, oh, I can't stand her. And it was just a passive like, I can't stand her, haven't been able to stand her. And Monica chimed in and was like, oh, is it because she's a woman? Is that why you hate her? Is that why you can't stand her? It's because she's a woman in a position of power or something like that?
But you should probably preface and say she always calls JP out for being like a racist, a sexist, misogynist.
And listen, it's his show. Like, bitch, you're not a caller-outer on the show, okay?
Right.
Roll with the show. Be lucky, because you wouldn't be on anybody else's show because you're horrible and you suck.
No, she'd be cleaning hotel rooms if it wasn't on that show.
Exactly. You'd be cleaning hotel rooms. If you, yeah, we said it.
Yeah, I said it. I said it.
You know what? Yeah, Dan said it, and guess
Danny
what?
Pakistani said it.
Hold on. Not only did Dan say it, but I didn't even back him down. I didn't even tell him to. I said, yeah.
Get your feather duster and your fabuloso.
Get your feather duster and your Fabioso.
Purple Fabioso.
Bitch, you are so lucky to even be on the radio. Like, if I'm Roger and JP, I'd be like, the other dude, the Brett or Brent or whatever the hell name.
It's Brett.
He's all right.
He's funny.
Yeah, he is pretty funny.
He's funny.
I think that guy's pretty good. I'm really fair about the talent over there. I think that guy's
cool
good.
Guys. They really
I think
are.
Roger and JP are good. I think John and Drew are good. I think the Brett guy's good.
I'm going to send you the audio of the blow up if you want to hear it in a moment.
Yeah.
Sure.
Send it to me. I'll do some words. We'll come back with it. All right?
You know, that seemed like a good idea at the time.
Shut up!
More of the Bubba the Love Sponge show after these words.
To men, to young people, to old people.
Some people are just flat out annoying.
She's just like, she counter programs. Even when they agree with her, they're like, shut the fuck up.
All right, send you the audio
Just annoying.
from Roger.
Well, how did you send it to him?
And
Messenger?
it was just
Okay.
the straw that broke the camel's back. Like, you'll hear he completely overreacts. But it's like just from the years.
Like, enough is enough. Joy Bear, or whatever her name is just a nasty human being herself.
He was over with Matthew
I-
McConaughey.
The beginning, I think, of the COVID-19
She was mad about it. It was funny at the time, and now she's mad about it. Like he touched her inappropriately.
No. That's why I think he said
What's
that.
up, William?
Like,
Yeah, oh, yeah,
doing
right.
it,
But
she's
she
just
had
disgusting.
folding
Like,
hair
Matthew
earrings.
McConaughey to go on there.
Kind of like
Her,
that on.
you know, him in the massage.
So you're saying this is a new show then? It kind of makes sense. He is everywhere.
I guess he's done it
Remember
before.
when he's gotten
He's
thrown
done it.
out,
He
but
did it
on
like 5, 6
Saturday,
years
he was
ago,
on,
I
you see him on the
guess.
sidelines, Monica?
It was like a little inside funny thing.
Yeah, and I guess Matthew
Oh
McConaughey.
yeah, he was on the sidelines, cowboy hat, white shirt, jeans, and like waving the plays and pointing first downs like he was a mascot. And then on Sunday, he's in Djokovic's box at the U.S. Open. He's very visible 2 days in a row.
His dad massages Nate's foot.
And now here he is on the
That's
tour,
weird.
rubbing
That's
shoulders.
disturbing. In high school?
Why is that so bad? I would think that was why do you hate her? If she talks and she's a woman, so bad. I would think.
God.
Why
I
is
guess like
Rubbing
yeah.
shirt. Hey, he took Monday off.
I'm gonna start
2 days in a
massaging
row.
Sophia's date's feet.
That's less weird, but also more weird. Like, at least he can get away and be like,
Well, that'd be like if Romina started doing it though.
Huh?
If Romina started massaging their feet.
Yeah, that'd be fucked up.
You
Yeah.
walk in, what are you doing, Romina? Just
Well, it'd be
massaging
more
the dance
weird.
I
floor.
won't get a cramp during the long walk by the river. He's got plantar fasciitis. No, Joy Behar, or whatever the fuck her name is, she is just a nasty woman. She's intellectually dishonest. She's a
Yeah.
hypocrite.
And that's what, and
She likes to try to cancel people.
that's what JP was trying to say. Is like he doesn't like her politics and who she is as a person.
She's a
But
nasty
then
human.
Monty's like, oh, it's because she's a woman that
No.
like says has an
No.
opinion, and he just fucking.
No, I celebrate women governors who are usually wealthy and have a lot of power. I don't have a problem with them,
Yeah.
unless they're psychotic.
Well, that goes for anybody, sex, male or female.
I think women should be able to cook all day and have a job.
I agree.
I mean, we need a lot of teachers and nurses and volunteer
Back in
workers.
about 4 minutes off, so you know how
Yeah.
it goes.
I just feel like some people-
So, yeah,
I'll put you on hold.
I'm good, buddy. I'm good. Okay, thank you.
Won't do anything until we come back. All right. Oh, man. Boxing you folded on.
Huh? Oh, you come up.
No, I was just saying boxing. I wasn't gonna come up. I was just
Come on.
because it's Monday night.
Come on,
football.
fuck's sake.
You won't.
Come up.
Come up, fuck's sake.
Yeah, come up.
You won't. Oh, the game's night. You're
Yeah. No, it's Monday night football. I know that,
Come on up, dickhead.
if I ask again.
Who are you playing?
Come on, asshole,
Who are
please.
the Bucks
Hey,
playing?
fuck stick.
Huh?
Who are the Bucks playing?
Philadelphia.
The Eagles.
Yeah.
They're miserable team, right?
No, they're a
Fans.
great team. They're miserable fans. They're
Miserable
Russells.
fans. Miserable fans.
Miserable fans.
Would you
So I
say
want to
the
protect
worst
Lummy. Yes,
in
the
the
worst. I
league?
would say the worst.
Yeah.
I would say the worst. Do you know who the nicest fans are in Dallas? Of all the teams I've been to, they're the most,
Respectful.
yeah, they're classy, they're respectful,
Southern
they're
hospitality.
Southern hospitality. Yeah, they're really
Hospitality.
nice people there.
I heard that Minnesota has good fans.
Really? Minnesota?
Minnesota Vikings. Okay.
Not Philly though.
No, Philly's dicks.
Philly's the worst.
Yeah,
The
Philly
worst.
is the worst.
When I went there, I went there right after they opened their new stadium, right after the Bucks won the Super Bowl. We went to the away game there on their opening day for the new stadium with Sylvester Stallone was there, and all the hype. I have never been flicked off by more minors. I mean, 5-year-olds were giving me the finger because it's the bird, you know what I mean? The Philadelphia bird. So
Yeah.
everyone shoots you a bird. Fucking kids that can't even talk are flipping me off.
You should have been right up in the mix.
Fucking fetus.
Didn't you say Is it you who was saying like leaving in the bus? You were getting shit thrown at you.
Oh yeah, they threw shit at the bus. It was
like full soda cans or beer cans. I saw.
Yeah, they threw shit at the bus.
There was a team or something that and they were like.
They don't care.
Yeah.
No one stops them. Cops don't say shit.
The cops don't say shit.
No.
And then when they won, didn't they destroy their own city?
Yeah, well, that's what I said. Love.
Everyone does that.
Love.
Oh, okay.
Urban areas.
But
We didn't.
remember
we
they
didn't
ate
just,
like horse shit? Remember there's a guy that ate horse poop?
Well, I mean, we didn't destroy our own city when we won.
We're not one of them urban type cities.
Yeah. Like LA does it, Chicago,
Detroit.
They won it forever, but when the Bulls won.
Yeah, you used to destroy that city.
Philly.
Like it's weird when like George Floyd dies and you have a riot and then your team wins and you essentially have a riot and they're indistinguishable and you're like, what the fuck's going on?
Yeah, they just don't loot the foot locker.
Oh. That's the only difference.
That's the only difference, yeah. They leave the foot lockers alone.
They just flip cars and fucking.
Yeah, flip cars, hang on streetlights.
Yeah, eat horse
Like,
shit.
you know what New Orleans does is they grease up their light poles. They literally grease their light poles.
Yeah, they do.
On Bourbon Street, they're all greased up. I swear to God.
They try to do that.
They put axle grease. Like
Yeah, it's axle grease. Exactly right, Bubba.
black axle grease.
They
Yeah.
tried to do that in Philly.
People won't do it.
This is the last time they won the Super Bowl.
It didn't work.
It didn't work.
Yeah, but every
His rhetoric slowly sinks into your skull. Corrupting the synapses in your brain. Taking control of you. And there's no way to stop it. We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
We all have a heartfelt reason for a healthy heart lifestyle and blood pressure support. In fact, more than half, over 50% of the U.S. population would benefit from blood pressure support. Super Beat Heart Chews. I know a lot of people that do them, including myself, Dr. Dan. A real live doctor does them.
Mm-hmm.
They're easy and convenient way to support healthy blood pressure. They promote heart-healthy energy as well. Paired with a healthy lifestyle, the antioxidants in Super Beets are clinically shown to be nearly 2 times more effective at promoting normal blood pressure than a healthy lifestyle in itself. They're a convenient way to support healthy blood pressure. Super Beet Heart Chews are plant-based, and so they're easy to add to your routine. No pills to swallow, no ingredients to mix or prepare. Double your potential with Super Beet Heart Chews and get a free 30-day supply of Super Beet Heart Chews and 15% off your first order by just simply going to getsuperbeets.com.
Promo code Bubba.
That's GET Super BEETS. Getsuperbeets.com.
Promo code Bubba.
Good people, been with them for a while. Thank you guys, and I'm getting ready to. I think I'm talking to them about maybe start getting into some other products like I'm interested in the Neuro.
Mm-hmm.
They make this Neuro pill for neurological, kind of stuff. Yeah, I know I probably messed it up.
That's okay.
For your brain, buddy.
Yeah, there you
brain
go.
food. Hello.
How you doing, Bubba? It's
Good.
Zach out of the great state of Oregon.
Hi. Yeah, they got that. They got that. Dion got his ass handed to him.
Yeah. Oof.
Yeah,
I love
last week.
I love Dion's press conference. He goes, "We just got us an old-fashioned butt whooping." That's what he said.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Obviously, I was rooting for Oregon, but I'm a fan of Dion, and that press conference he had, I don't think he could have handled it any better.
I wish he'd be a little less combative. I really do. I love what he said. We took there's no excuses. We got beat on every facet of the ball. It starts with me. We got out coached. We didn't prepare. Again, the buck stops with me. But, a lot of times somebody will ask him a question, and then this one guy asked him a question, and he turned it around and said, it'd be like you trying to write a story with no pen. Just answer the question, Dion. I wish he wouldn't be so combative.
Yeah,
and all eyes are on Colorado right now, so I think they really need to kind of maybe humble up a little bit and stop having so much, like at the start of the Oregon game. His players went out and went on the field and were just kind of disrespecting the logo on the pregame walkthrough. And I just think that there's so many eyes and so many opportunities for corporate America and NIL to get behind Colorado. They're going to be, listen, they're going to be at least a 7-4, 7.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to win 7 games this year.
Yes.
Which, is going to be is unbelievable. One of the most unbelievable turnarounds ever with 85 new players. It's going to be a remarkable story. A lot of people in excitement are still, focused on you. Just, I think, knock the University of Miami swagger. Remember those guys back in the day?
And that was, the Dwayne Wade, and that was not Dwayne Wade.
That was
The Rock,
Michael Irvin,
Jesse Armstead.
Yeah, those guys.
Sapp.
Knock that down a little bit and just play ball. But I did like his press conference. It was very transparent. I just wish that they would tweak the swagger a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think the hype is contagious, and it took over. And you got to strike while at iron top. But they're playing an Oregon team, which is potentially going to be a national championship contender.
No, I mean you're talking about a top 10 team for a reason, and they'll probably be top 7, maybe 8. After if the polls have already come out. So you're talking about Dion. It's a pretty good gauge as to how far his program still has yet to come.
Oregon's 9 now.
Because you're talking about, and Oregon is always competitive. It's not like they just came out of nowhere.
And by the way,
did you see the pregame conference? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Colorado's missing their best player.
Yeah,
they played on both sides of the ball almost every snap of the games, the first couple games, and
but they still would have lost by 40 points if Hunter was out there.
Right. I mean, it might have been 41-14. At that
21, point, they made a 20-point game at that point. Yeah,
but I think, hey, listen, they're in the right direction. I don't think they'll get blown. I don't think they got USC.
Yeah,
and
that's going to be a problem.
Yeah. So, but I don't think that they get blown out as badly. I think they learn from this blowout.
USC is a better team than Oregon.
No, I know they are. I know. I still don't think.
They said if you watch all these media, Stephen A. Smith and all these guys hyping up Colorado, whatever First Take is now with this hip hop culture. Colorado has a chance. They never had a chance, and everyone's hyping it up, so they put these expectations so high. But did you see what ESPN released? It's just like a 30-second clip of Dan Lanning, the head coach of Oregon, when he was saying it's not about clicks, meaning social media, it's about wins. And that was a genuine message. That was what those boys needed to hear.
Well, Dion said, I saw Dion respond to that. And said, "Hey, listen, the guy's he won. He whooped our butts. He's got every right to say anything he wants. But kick me now while I'm down, because I'll never be down this far again." So I love that. I love that. And he said, "Hey, listen, the guy can talk smack about us right now because he whooped our butt, and he's right."
I like it. Depends on Travis Hunter, and Dan could talk to this, but apparently he had a lacerated liver, maybe due to a broken rib or something, or just the hit. But I like your prediction, 6 to 7 wins, and then within 2 to 3 years, you're going to see them. They're redefining what the Pac-12 was, because apparently it's not going to be the Pac-12 anymore. But if you look at the ranked teams that are within that playing pool, I think within 2 to 3 years they're going to be obviously a great contender, and what he's doing is great. And his press conference was admirable. It was very good.
Yeah, I agree, my friend. Appreciate your call out of there. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. So, Anna, we were talking about, and this is kind of rare, is the fact that we are a much large, maybe not in Tampa, but globally, we probably shouldn't even be exposing our brand to these people. But I'm secure enough in my own broadcasting skin, so to speak, where I don't have a problem with playing another show. And talking about,
especially when there's a total meltdown.
Yeah, especially when I can, as the 40-year veteran, stand behind the two guys that are the talent, and tell them that I appreciate them, and I wouldn't deal with this nonsense a minute, and Cox can't afford to lose you, so I would be telling them, I would not let a little known, no talent, little sawed off Buffalo Bill Mexican bitch, woke ass. Talk about somebody who was nothing and is nothing in the radio business and has latched on to that. If it wasn't for Roger and JP, what would she be doing in radio? Nothing.
Traffic.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. She's not good. It's horrible. So she should be thanking her. She should be so thankful to Roger and JP that they even allow her to chime her stupid ass in. And if I'm Roger and JP, I'm like, listen, screw you and us having to do 2 shows a day and blow us into Tampa. Hard telling, they're probably not paying them that much. When I got this stupid bitch that's chiming in trying to counter program me. I'm Roger and I'm JP. I think collectively they've probably been together. I think they've been a team for 20 plus years or so. They're good. They're a morning show that's heard in Long Island on a Cox station that does well. I think as a favor, maybe a little bit of money, they do a show after their morning show that for midday is on the Bone. It's a pretty good show. They get this local bitch named Monica that chimes in, tries to give it a little local flair occasionally, and they got a guy named Brent or Brad or whatever that does some pretty good stuff, and he's pretty talented. I like him. But this is the exchange that happened yesterday.
No, it was a couple weeks ago.
When I tell you, I feel like that a lot of times, so I completely understand.
Waving the plays and pointing.
All right, so.
It was a couple weeks ago.
Oh, it was a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, maybe like 2.
Roger and JP, I got your. Not that you need me to have your back, but boy, tell Cox to shove it up their ass if this is the kind of board op they're going to give you and treat you like this. They should be kissing your ass. They need you a lot more than you need them.
Yeah.
First downs like he was a mascot, and then they're
talking about some guy I forget that's on one show one day, another show a next day, and then he appears on The View a day thereafter. And so they're talking about some dude that did like three shows in a row and ended up on The View. And so that's what comes into question is this guy's appearance on The View.
Monday, he's in Djokovic's box at the U.S. Open, like very visible 2 days in a row. Hey, he took Monday off, and now here he is on The View.
Rubbing Joy Behar's feet. Oh, God.
Why is that? Oh, God, I would take that.
I hate her so much.
Why do you hate her? Because she talks and she's a woman? Oh, my God.
And
Monica,
she has an opinion.
Hold on, Raj. Monica, that's crap, and you know it, because you talk all goddamn day on the show.
Me, so...
I don't hate you, but I hate when you do that. I hate when you do that.
It is, okay, then I hate the vibe that you give.
I don't care.
Oh, then I don't care.
I don't care.
I'm just
you know
saying.
what? I knew this was going to happen today.
Why?
Because I just knew it. I knew it, because I'm getting to the point.
And here's a guy who's the host. He's the host. He's the host. He's the co-host of the Roger and JP show. And you got some little board op in Tampa that makes him feel uncomfortable, that engages him, and is just really. I can't believe they didn't fire her. What the hell does she? What?
Well, he didn't come to work the next day. He was told to take the day off. I think just to cool off.
So hold on.
Really?
They blame this. Hold on. They blame this on him.
No. They just didn't want another blow up, so they said, "Hey, take a day to just chill out." Then they had a talk with everybody.
Well, they should have fired her.
After this meltdown, he left, and I don't think he came back. I don't rember if he came back that day.
No, he didn't.
Hold on.
Okay, but he took a walk for an extended period of time.
Where I don't want to do this anymore. I'm not even joking. Like, I'm getting to a point because it's just, I'm sitting here and I'm talking with Raj and we're doing this whole thing, and it's got to be, why? Because she speaks? No, I can't stand her and her politics.
And again, he's like, you know what? I'm doing a show with my boy, Raj. We do a morning show. We got a good chemistry. We both are on each other's page. And now when I do this Tampa midday show, I got this bitch that's chiming in on me all the time who doesn't think the way I think, and it's just completely, and I can see where it would make you not want to go do it.
And it's clearly, I mean, at this point, it's been building up his frustration for
years.
Probably years, yeah.
They've had issues with Monica.
And everything she stands for. That's why.
All right. I apologize. I didn't realize you were that upset about it.
She manages levels.
Yeah.
She's a fool.
Right.
She's a fool. So not only is she annoying, not only does she counter program and disrupt the host, she's horrible at what she does.
Yeah, like what she can't
so
even.
So what redeeming features does she
I don't
have?
think it's
Because she's
over
got like
yet.
38% body fat.
I don't know.
That makes her good.
I don't know.
Okay, under 40.
I don't know why. I have no idea why they would retain her. I have no idea.
You can see under the counters.
Other than she's playing the, I guess it's probably tough to fire a girl nowadays.
No, it's not.
Not in Florida, man. Right to work state.
Hold on.
Bye-bye.
Hold on.
I thought it would, but that's cool. I apologize if it upset you. I did not know.
I need a little time.
Brett, can you play that song again?
Sure. You mean this one?
What the is happening here?
That's all I can come up with at this moment. That's all I can think of. Well, all right. Well, no, I know. I don't know.
Oh yeah, you're all afraid. You're all humble and apologetic now, but it's this is how you act usually. Stand by. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna
Ascot, and then on Sunday he's in Djokovic's box at the U.S. Open. Like
this is how you. This is what you do. This is what you do. You're not even a host. You're a board op. You're a board op that's supposed to chime in and give it some Tampa local flair, so the show doesn't sound so obviously imported from Long Island.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you're supposed to do. Keep these guys on the air and chime in with some local flair, not counter program. You know what, Roger and JP, quite frankly, you've created a monster, and now you have to get rid of it. You have to get rid of it.
I don't even think it was so much that she counter programs. It's that she always accuses JP of being like a racist
or hates
misogynist.
women.
Yeah, and that sort of stain is not okay to have.
And JP's just a regular. He's like a Long Island regular
he's
dude.
A Republican, but like whatever. But she always accuses him of like hating women, and it's just not okay.
But you
to
said
accuse
Republican.
people of-
I don't even label him that. He's just a regular, hardworking.
I think he's
represent. He probably is.
Which is fine. I don't
monarchy
care.
me. Now you're monarching me.
Okay, sorry.
Jesus, Anna.
Doesn't matter whether his party affiliation means nothing. He's just he represents a regular dude's mentality of Long Island. He's a regular dude, hardworking dude.
It's funny because the left cannot have a disagreement without adding ad hominem personal attacks.
Yeah,
so when you argue with someone on the left, they immediately start calling you. They can't counter argue. They instead degrade the argument to name calling.
Hold on now. Very visible 2 days in a row. Hey, he took Monday off, and now here he is on The View.
Rubbing Joy Behar's feet. Oh, God.
Why?
Yeah, again, funny.
Said, oh God, I would take that.
I hate her so much.
Why
Oh,
do
I
you
hate
hate her?
her
Because
so
she
much,
talks
'cause
and
I
she's a
can-
woman. Oh my God.
And
Monica,
she has an opinion.
Hold on, Raj. Monica, that's crap, and you know it, because you talk all goddamn day
And
on
you
the
hate
show.
me, so-
I don't hate you, but I hate when you do that. That.
Compliment.
He got in
Don't-
trouble.
Compliment.
No, he
Don't
didn't.
criticize.
didn't.
Be a cheerleader, not a critic.
Right. So who had to take a day off, her or him?
They
I hate
told
when you
him to take a day off to just cool off.
Him?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
See, that's
But
bull.
no. It was actually good because then it freaked her out.
Yeah, I also think it's easier for them to do that.
Now, hold
like
on.
he misses a decent amount of time, and
Hold
she
on.
runs the show
We
for
don't-
them there.
We don't know that they told him. Let me.
No,
stick-
you're right, we
let-
don't.
Let me stick up for talent here. They didn't. We don't know for a fact that they told him to take a day off.
He might have just said, I'm out.
He might have said, you know what? I'm not coming in tomorrow.
Well, when he came back, that's what he said, is that they told him to just cool off.
I guess
take
we
a day
do know
off.
then.
So, unless he lied, which I doubt, but
No,
whatever.
Do that.
It is okay. Then I hate the vibe that you. Give
I
when
don't
you say
care.
that.
Hold on. I hate the vibe. It's not your show, bitch.
I hate when you do that.
It is okay. Then I hate the vibe that you. Give
I
when
don't
you say
care.
that. Oh, then I don't
I
care.
don't care.
I'm just
You know
saying.
what?
Good. Since you don't care, then you're out of here.
Yeah, I would have given her walking papers that moment. I'm like, get the F out of my studio.
I would have called Jason
Goodbye.
Meter. I would have called Jason
I would
Meter.
have thrown a fit.
I would have called Jason Meter and said, I will not be doing a stupid-ass midday show for your stupid-ass radio station anymore.
It's like a
Period.
circulator nurse in my operating room giving me a hard time. Get the F out. I don't need your
I knew this was
crap.
gonna
I
happen
don't need
today.
this aggravation.
I just knew it. I knew it because I'm getting to the point where I don't want to do this anymore. I'm not even joking. Like, I'm getting to the point because it's just, I'm sitting here and I'm talking with Raj and we're doing this whole thing and it's got to be, why? Because she speaks? No, I can't stand her and her politics and everything she stands for. That's why.
All right. I apologize. I didn't realize you were.
Oh, nah. And you only apologize once you know that you've just really, 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 really screwed the pooch.
All right, Bubba, I apologize.
You little munchkin bitch. Get the hell out of here.
Munchkin bitch.
Let me tell you. You know what, Roger and
Oompa
JP,
loompa.
I know you guys probably don't like me because I've been spun as the bad guy, but I will tell you, I'll be your spokesperson on this. Listen, you little Oompa Loompa munchkin bitch. Get the hell off. Jason Meter, you don't have a hair in your ass because that little munchkin bitch isn't going to work anywhere else. Who's going to put up with that nonsense?
No, you should give her a box with a feather duster, some Fabulosa, and some walking papers.
And said I heard that Hilton Clearwater Beach is hiring.
Yep.
For housekeeping.
Chambermaid.
Who the hell do you think you are? You know, counter programming and being that adversarial to a team that is a legend, in a legendary morning show where they do mornings, and as doing Cox a favor because there's no good midday personality. Who are you going to put in there? If Roger and JP are, who are you going to put in there? Huh?
Well, they would probably just have a board up that didn't talk, you know.
That's great on top.
So that same board up said something about us?
No, Monica said something about me, I guess.
That bitch knows better to say something about me. I'm the goat of this market, bitch, and you know I am. Regardless of what morning show you think you work for, I am the goat of this market, bitch, and I'm calling like I see it. You little sawed-off Mexican bitch, get the hell out of the business.
About to get mine.
So wait a second. If you're gonna chime in and upset the you're a board op that's supposed to infuse local flair. That's all you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to upset the guys and put your own little stupid snowflake and Buffalo Bill loving, woke ass Brian Matrone comment in. Bitch, that's what the show's not about. That Roger and JP are about two dudes from Long Island, New York that are living the Long Island, New York life, being stuff. Where I think Roger likes to gamble and he's super real good at he goes to these tournaments. He's super real good.
Yeah, he'll do the national poker tournaments and come back with like 20 grand.
I think JP is just JP. He's got a wife and kids, and he's probably saved a lot of money. He probably does pretty damn good. Likes to get high a little bit. So regular dudes. Just regular American dudes. And then you bring in this little sawed-off Mexican bitch. Get the hell out of here.
I have two questions. First question is they're based in New York. Is she based here in Florida?
Yes.
And so that's why you're saying local flair? Like she chimes in remotely from out of town?
No.
Yeah,
she's basically completely replaceable.
So what they do, Dan, is they take the feed. They're doing the studio from their Long Island stuff. They send it down to Tampa. She mixes it and sends it out over the airwaves while having an open mic and being able to participate real time with them.
It's a blended show, so half of them are in New York, and then she's in Tampa.
And then what did she say about you, Anna?
Oh, I know what happened. We had this issue.
What'd she say about my little Anna?
Oh, this happened.
Because her word is gospel, apparently.
Yeah. 7 years ago, it was my very, very, very first interaction with Monica ever. Now, before Monica, the age of Monica, they had a lovely lady on the show called RBF. I don't know if you know who that is.
I have no
Resting
idea.
Bitch Face. And they loved her. She was like this great chick. She was, the female presence on the show, whatever. So she leaves for
BM.
Sorry?
Before Monica, BM.
Yes, BM.
So she was the Roger and JP board op?
I don't know if she was a board up, but she was with them in New York. She was just like a co-host, Mike 3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, RBF.
She was the female voice on Roger and JP's piped in show here into Tampa.
Correct.
Okay.
So she leaves probably maybe 2 weeks after I start working at Cox. And I heard that the female of the show is leaving and that they were looking for a replacement. And so Monica comes in and she says something about RBF leaving and something about her, getting that spot. And
Now,
then I'm
is
like,
she currently the board op for the show? Is she the one that's
I don't remember.
That's board opping from Long Island feed?
If she was saying zero words.
All right, she may have been board opping, but not heard.
I honestly don't even think it was her.
Okay.
But she was probably just doing traffic or something. So she wanted that spot, and she'd been with the company for a long time. So she comes in and she starts talking about it, and she's like, yeah, they're looking for a replacement. And then I'm like, oh, like a female co-host or something? And I perk up. I've never met her before, but me, I'm just like, oh, yeah, a female co-host? And she's like, yeah, but, you're going to have to wait in line. And I said, like, I don't wait in line like that. Literally like that. I go, "Psst, I don't wait in line.
Right.
And I don't even remember her reaction. You're going to have to wait in line.
Oops, sorry.
But she just walked out of the room and then used that against me for like the entire 4 years that I worked
How
there.
she would use that against you?
Yeah, she would just like bring me up on her. She's like, "Ugh, Anna, she's just such a, a bitch, and she just walks all over everybody." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And then one time I called in. I'm like, "Monica, what's your deal with me?" And she explains. I'm like, it was just like a flyaway comment. Like I wasn't even. You think I was really gonna come to blows with you and talk to John Brennan about how I deserve that spot?
Hold on, you have every right to apply for that job. If they're looking for a female co-host and you are in that building as an employee and you are a female and you're on a different show and you think that this might be a better opportunity for you, you have every right to.
There really was no
every right.
Because she did. Because I guarantee she did what you said. I'm not going to. She exactly did that. She went to those offices and she begged and begged and begged.
Yeah.
And told them they had
probably.
to put a Latino female into that position.
I don't know about all that, but
I'd rather put a mouthy Jew in there than a Latino.
well, I didn't. There was no application. It was just like she got the gig.
Well, I know that's the way a lot
She
of
wore 'em out.
That's the way a lot of radio works. But you should have stuck your head in John Brennan's office and said, "Hey, listen, you know what? What do I have to do to put my name in for the hat?" Or in my name in the hat for the Roger and JP board op fill in Willie deal.
Shrink and pick up an accent.
Well, maybe that. Again, I'd been there. I was so new. I didn't even do that. Later, when things came up, like on Drew's show, like there was a chick named Nikki and she left. I did that there. I didn't get it, but I did that later. But I didn't try to out Monica or anything like that.
Screw her.
But she's
just
held that
mad.
against me for like almost a decade.
All right. Well, guess what? I think you're in a better spot
I think so too.
than she is.
Mostly because I just I'm over
currently.
5 foot, but.
So Dan, Monday night football tonight, and it's at Tampa Bay.
Yeah,
it's Monday Night Football.
I'm excited.
Bucks versus Eagles. Now you guys have your luxury box.
Yep.
Obviously, is it a different vibe on Monday night?
Sure is.
Give me give me.
Everyone's drinking.
Really?
Yeah, it'll be a party.
And is it are Monday night footballs usually well attended? Because if you guys have Sunday at 1:00 against some
the Bears, the Bears last week.
Yeah. It's
130 out. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a different kind of game. Different feel.
Some people may not really want to go to the box, but I think Monday Night Football is a whole nother vibe, is it not?
Yes, and we'll
it's like
have
a holiday. It's
we'll
like a
have,
holiday. It's
yeah.
it's special. It's a special event.
It's a party,
Yeah.
and because it's Rondé's Hall of Fame ring presentation, there'll be a lot of alumni there. That is Buccaneer alumni. So
and
I'm sure we'll have
always
some
stop
players.
by.
They always send us
stop by.
Right, they send us out by. Troy will be there with probably maybe a Lightning player or two. We had Tfue in the box last week too. So hopefully Lamy will come up and say hi.
Well, are you ever gonna? I mean, are any of these ever gonna correlate to us getting an interview with him?
Yes.
I mean, have you ever asked Tfue?
Specifically, yes. But I thought after you got off the Twitch thing, it wasn't that really important to you anymore.
No, it's very important to me.
Okay. I backed off there because once you got off the Twitch, I was like, okay.
Well, I mean, does Tfue do YouTube? And
I'm sure he does all
I'm sure he does it all,
I'm sure he doesn't just limit himself to Twitch.
Exactly.
Unless it's by contract.
Yeah.
You still do Twitch a little bit.
Yeah, we do Twitch
You
Tuesdays.
have a little bit of a Twitch presence.
But I do him
on a Tuesday?
Wherever he wanted to do.
Right.
I mean, just
he's a nice guy.
Pick the platform.
Always has pretty girls with him.
Rhett, you said you had the best weekend ever. Did you get laid?
Yeah, it was pretty good. No, not quite. Not quite. I was probably a little too drunk on Friday night to get laid. I think I had a chance, though.
Really? What happened?
So I went to a show at the Brass Mug. It wasn't really any band in particular I wanted to see. It was just kind of bands were playing. I wanted to get out of the house. So I went and I started drinking. And I was
alone?
Yeah.
Now, are when you drink alone? Are you just at the bar? Are you just like at a table? Or
No, yeah, I was just at the bar, kind of watching the show, and then I'd go out on the back porch and smoke, and then come back in, get another drink, go outside, walk around a little bit, get some air. Like when it's a band, I don't really care to see. It's a little bit more of a lax
Now,
atmosphere.
is the place usually packed?
It depends on the show,
right?
Like Head PE, Lummy was there. It was probably the busiest I've ever seen it.
Yeah, it was packed.
So the bartender, she comes back and she's like, "Hey, I just bought your last drink," and I didn't really know how to take this. She's like, "I just bought your last drink for you because I really like your name," and I was like, "Oh," And then she goes, yeah, I just spent about 5 minutes over there laughing at your name. And I was like, oh. So it was a two-way street.
What's so funny about your name?
His last
My
name.
last name.
Oh.
What is it?
Fail. Yeah, Rhett Fail Jr.
Your first name should be Epic.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so now, but
Never
that,
heard that one
but hold
before.
on now. But that's obviously she's kind of in my opinion, she's kind of throwing it out there.
No,
a little.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I thought the same thing, and she was, she stressed that, like, I'll buy you this drink, it's no problem. We appreciate you hanging out with us tonight. I'm like, all right, cool.
She cute.
Yeah, she wasn't too bad. For a brass mug bartender, she was pretty cute.
White,
some of those can
tatted
be
up,
rough.
what?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of them are tatted up
Let
there.
me see.
Yeah.
All right. So what goes on from there?
Nothing really. She was busy. Like, she was pretty busy doing her job for the rest of the night. So there was a point where I stepped outside, and I may have had a little too much to drink. So I had to recollect myself on my tailgate for about an hour, listen to the show from the outside, and then I walked inside. I was able to close out my tab.
Now, hold on now. So you're saying that you are, there's this female bartender at Brass Mug that's kind of throwing it out there a little bit, but you're so high and drunk and mushroomed out and everything that you're doing by yourself, nonetheless, first one of the day, that you actually go put yourself on sitting on the back of your tailgate timeout?
Yeah. Well, because one, I didn't want to make a fool of myself in there while she could see. Right. I kind of knew I was slipping away and losing control. That was my objective when I got there, was to just get tore up. So, I went out there and hung out for a little bit, but I came in at the end of the show.
When you hang out on the back of your tailgate, like, how does that work? You just put it down and sit there?
Yep. Yeah, with my head in my hands for about 45 minutes, like a little bitch.
Oh,
wow.
no.
Did anybody walk up and say, hey, buddy, do you need help?
Nope.
Okay. No.
Nope. Nobody checked in on me at all.
Oh, man, that sucks.
It's okay. It's all right.
Did you get a little too high?
Just a little bit, yeah.
Okay.
I think it was the shots that caught up to me. I was doing double shots and kind of forgot that I was doing double shots.
Double shots by yourself, too.
Double
Oh, my
shots.
God.
And hitting the vape pen, right? I'm
No,
assuming.
I had my joints with me, but
All right.
same difference.
Can you smoke joints out there?
Yeah, they don't care.
All right. So smoking joints, double shotting, and you got your hands in your head on the end of your sitting on your tailgate. Now you go back in. Now do you kind of even it out a little bit? Do you get a little bearing? Do you feel better?
Yeah. By the time I came back
control?
in at the end of the night, I was good. I was hungry. Oh, I was starving.
Yes,
So
of course.
I came back in. I closed out my tab, and she was still being sweet. She came around from behind the bar, and she literally hugged me, and she's like, "I'm sorry you had to deal with us all night." Blah 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 blah, and I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, I had a great time.
Did you say, hey, how about those digits?
Yeah.
I know I should have, but no, I did not.
She was one.
I honestly kind of had to get out of there because I was like, man.
Yeah, but you know where she works.
Yeah.
So I definitely
and were you having some scout anxiety too? I mean, were you?
No, she was good. She was playing with the other dogs. Whenever I have to go away for a little while, I just take her to my mom's.
Oh,
and she has the time of her life over there.
Right. She probably wants you to stay at the Brass Mug as long as you want.
Yeah, exactly.
And so now, are you going to follow up on it, or do you think it's just a dead end, or what?
No, I think so. I mean, I'm not going to be, showing up there 5 days a week, but the next time I go, if she's working, then maybe if she remembers, she'll probably remember my name. She'll laugh again.
And then the one out of town girl, that's over.
Gone
That
forever.
died.
Yeah, that ship sailed. Well, kind of an
there's
update
an
on
update.
that.
There's
Yeah,
an
there is an update. So she's got a new guy.
Of course.
But she had a new guy that she was posting at a family function. Like a month ago, she posted all these pictures from a big family function where, like, her grandmother was there, her mom was there, and, like, this guy is taking pictures with them. And this is maybe a month and a half after we stopped talking. So I'm convinced it's either an ex-boyfriend or, when she started being distant, I called her out because I could see exactly what she was doing, which was wanting to talk to someone else. But yeah, she moved on.
Is he a chubby redhead?
No, he's not. He's a black guy.
Oh, cool.
Oh,
That's a great.
I'm so sorry. You
Yeah, quite the
Wasn't
upgrade, I
expecting
guess.
that.
I mean, that's pretty
Plot
cool.
twist.
I mean, when you're telling everybody who you lost your girl to, lost him to a real thick black guy.
He had a 9-inch log.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Sorry.
should,
Can't compete.
You should say, like, listen, she made a mistake and sent me a D pic of him one day, and I can see why.
I can't unsee it.
Nope, and nobody will ever fault you for that.
No.
I mean, we can't help that, us guys. You know,
Sorry, Red.
It's all right.
Yeah, it's all right.
It's all
I mean,
right.
how was your weekend?
Great.
What did you do?
Walker's birthday was Saturday.
That's
so,
right.
Yeah, hung out.
Please
there.
know that I sent gifts.
Yes, thank you.
But I could not attend.
Yeah, thank you for the gifts. He still hasn't opened his other gifts. So
I'm
you were
assuming
the first one.
he has so many gifts.
Yeah, you were the first one we opened. We videoed it, and it was great. We had a bounce house for him, which he loved, and a little pool.
Ashley gave me an invitation to the bounce house on Friday, and for content, she said, and I was like, well, I was at Bubba Raceway Park all weekend long.
Yeah. If you would have stopped by and jumped in the bounce house with the other little kids, that would have been perfect.
Here's the thing: if I was jumping with the little kids, as soon as I would jump, if I would get like the wrong timing, they would literally blast through the netting. They'd have so much.
Launch them all.
You know, Dan, when you're on a trampoline, and if you short space a guy,
right?
How he gets like
he gets thrown.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That would have been funny.
3 kids died because fat ass Bubba the Love Sponge, bounce hounds them.
Yeah, we could do that. Then we could do like the seesaw, put you on one side, put 4 kids on the other side.
Yeah, right, exactly.
It was not an adult bounce house, so that would have been perfect. But yeah, besides that, watch football all Saturday, and then Sunday, same thing, just watch football, hung out with the goats.
Let me go into words because I will update everybody on my Ronnie conversation.
Oh, good.
All right, cool.
That I have.
And Steve going down.
Oh yeah, Steve going down too. Is he okay?
We'll see.
Like he got hurt?
Did he get hurt?
A little bit.
Did you get called in?
I was there. I got hurt.
You got hurt too?
I got hurt.
What's going on?
What were you guys doing?
Well, I went for a bike ride.
Don't say too much. Just give me a tease.
No.
Okay.
So you went for a bike ride,
right? And then I come across Steven like running and walking.
Just by
and
happenstance?
I come up from behind, and then I'll tell you the rest.
Oh.
Is it your fault that he fell?
Well, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's not my fault.
It's
like
We'll
put
get
it this way: if he was the president, he'd be loading up in the back short steps.
We'll get into all of that next.
What are you waiting for? Pile on the anti-Bubba bandwagon.
Whatever.
More Bubba the Love Sponge after this.
This is his fault.
Oh, my
I'm
favorite
dying so bad.
girl's here. Just you and me, girlfriend.
Hey, will you tell Lummy? Yep. I mean, Lummy, will you tell Mach that there's that big Bubba fucking 488-pound pick? Somebody said, I don't know if I could wet my fattest or something. Can we use a little discretion?
Yeah. I'll go tell.
Your dad wants you.
Dan, you fucking run him over, man?
I ran him over.
Steve? Oh. That's where I thought the story was going. Was I rode up behind him and I ran him
No. Well, yeah.
What's up, everybody?
Senate, which is the nation of its court, and even the Washington Post saying that it's not a place for hoodies and shorts, saying that it's not a place for hoodies and shorts. You get a lot of pushback from your Republican colleagues in the Senate.
Well, I'm concerned about it. The senator in question from Pennsylvania is a personal friend, but I think we need to have standards when it comes to what we're wearing on the floor.
Fuck is this coming from?
We're in the process of discussing that right now as to what those standards will be.
So why the change initially this week by Senator Chuck Schumer?
I can't understand exactly what he was thinking at that point. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt until I speak to him.
Let me turn to another issue that not a place for hoodies and shorts. what is your view on this? Because you're getting a lot of pushback from even the Washington.
I discovered a new breed of dog, Chad. I was at a restaurant and this guy had a dog. And I went up to him. I started playing with the dog, and I think I found my next dog. Yeah, and guys, press thumbs up on YouTube and on Rumble and wherever else you're watching us. It's the thumbs up, please. Yeah, those dogs are useless. Double yoke. Yep, Terry, good morning. Tommy 2X. What's up? Jonesy. Dizzle DK. Jay Bowler. What's up, Brian from Philly? Good morning, Iggy. Gripple Lips, good morning. Snizzle, Slither. It was it. It was, it looked like a German short-haired pointer, but it was a little bigger. What's up, Matt? Hat. Mike Hat. Mike Hat. Mike Hat? Mike Hat. Mike Hat. Yo, 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 yo. Big Kev, 527, 26. No, I discovered a new dog breed. I thought it was a German short-haired pointer. I saw it in a restaurant. It was bigger than one, and it was softer, and it was more like a Vizsla. Richard Longwood, I said bye-bye to him, because remember, I'm a moderator, and I can tell people go fuck themselves, and so I did. Bye-bye, fuckstick. Good morning, Thuggish Ruggish.
Whoever that was on Dr. Dan's list.
Yeah, it was whatever the fuck his name was, something 75.
You found a dog?
I found a new breed. It's gonna be my next dog.
What is it?
It's called a ISP. You ever hear of a GSP, like a German short-haired pointer?
No.
They're a hunting dog with spots. This is an Italian short-haired pointer. How fucking perfect.
How much?
I don't know. There's only 200 in America.
Ooh.
It just got recognized by the AKC as a competitive breed.
Really?
Yeah, but it's an old breed in Europe.
Oh,
Italian short-haired pointer.
They just slowly started bringing them over.
They just started bringing them over. In fact, you have to get them from like Europe and bring it over yourself. Apparently, it's really hard to get them.
You are about to enter the Bubba Spin Zone. Are you sure you want to do this?
Toss the salad.
We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
You don't recognize, you just keep getting these hacky, schwarmy. Put toothy in there too. Toothy.
You can eat with Danny, and you piss off Bubba too. If you were an employee, he would have fired you. Mouthy, toothy, tookie, tookie. It looks like Brian Latroni has 8 rows of teeth when he's in the studio.
mess up everything and piss everybody off and then come in and bring me beef jerky and think everything's going to be okay.
Monday, September 25th, the Bubba the Love Sponge show. Hello. Had a great weekend at my track. I think Brian Bernhardt won the open wheel modifieds. It was some great racing. The track, Lummy, and to see like the best possible outcome as a track preparer.
How was the weather? Nice?
Nice. Hot. And so your best case scenario is you put just the right amount of water and you pack it just right and you till it just right and you grade it just right and you prepare it just right and you sheep's foot it just right so that by the features it starts getting dry slick, not taking rubber, but dry slick, and the track becomes really slick, like almost ice to drive on. And it doesn't hurt tires, and it gets real racy that way. Guys can pass that way because not everybody's just, flooring it, and it's just stuck to the bottom. Like, that's not good racing. So the best case scenario is for it to dry slick off, and I think it ended up dry slicking off. It ended up being great racing. And, 3 or 4 of the people actually came up and said, hey, man, the surface was great tonight. And that makes me feel good.
Well, you put so much work into it.
Oh, my God.
I'm sure that makes you feel good.
In order for us to race this past Saturday, I had to go up last week, if you remember, right?
Mm-hmm. It took you like 2 weeks.
I was there Monday and Tuesday. I'm sorry, I was there Friday and Saturday of last week. And then I was there Friday and Saturday of this week, this past, in order to get that surface to be racy. So, and I could not do it without One-Eyed Billy.
Nice.
He's the best. And One-Eyed Billy, he may have done a little bit more he may have track prepped a little bit more because I got on my Skag and mowed the back 40 today. I mean, I think I was live on Facebook. I think actually was live on Facebook.
And Twitter, you were live on Twitter too.
For a little bit, but I don't think I was doing it wrong?
No.
But I wasn't able to put a description or anything. I couldn't figure that out.
Oh, then you probably were doing it wrong.
Yeah.
We'll show you.
I think I was doing it wrong.
Was there some drama at the track this weekend?
Yeah. How'd you figure?
Someone in chat mentioned it. Ask Bubba about the drama at the track.
Then the other thing is, Lummy, I went live. Now, Dan, there's a lot of people don't understand race direct. The way races are ran. They're ran by a race director.
Mm-hmm.
And the race director sits in the tower, and he talks to the racers, and he also talks to the track crew, and he also is talking to the scorers in the tower. So I race direct pretty much all races at my track, and so
it's a lot to keep track of. I mean, you got to pay attention to everything all at once.
Oh yeah, everything. So, Lummy, I think I went live on Facebook Saturday night with me race directing, and that maybe during words I'll go and see if I can find some high spots on that. But that's a crap storm in itself. Because these guys spin you can't they'll go and not even get one lap in, they'll spin out. Then you got to start all over. Then you got to get them in the right spots, and then you'll start again, and they'll get one lap, and they'll spin out again. Like the mod lights this past weekend. So this guy flips. This mod light guy flips. Well, one of the big no-nos is, even though you're a mom or a dad, you cannot, and your kid or somebody you know or love has been involved in a racing incident on the track. You can't come on the track.
Right.
You can't.
No.
Even though you want your kids in that car, you cannot, for insurance liability purposes, and for just getting in the way. Now, we have an Ocala, Marion County, we hire an EMT. We have, track personnel We have wreckers. We have fire extinguishers. We have, we're there within seconds. And, we're talking to the driver. And so this mom, she's watching her kid from the infield, which I don't know how she got in there to begin with. And she has got a golf cart.
You drove her golf cart onto the track?
And I'm losing my mind on the radio. Like, get that bitch off the track. It's his mom. I don't care that it's his mom. Get her off the track. She's impeding my workers, including the EMT, from helping him. Now, he ended up walking away. There was no issue. I mean, he was fine. He had a Hans, and he flipped like 4 times, and it was a spectacular crash, but he was okay. He walked away. He walked down the front stretch. Well, we tried to tell her mom. Then Candace tries to, who's like my general manager, she tries to go up and tell the mom, listen, you cannot, under any circumstances, go onto the track. Like, you can't. Well, the mom hits her.
Hits her?
Like, pushes her, hits her. Then there's a fight in the pits. Cops get called. It's just straight dirt track and stuff. And I'm in the tower.
So did she get banned from the track?
Oh, she got lifetime trespassed.
Really?
From the track. She's like, F you guys, we don't like this place anyway. It sucks. You suck. All right, baby.
Course.
Whatever.
Goodbye.
Get the hell out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, you guys there's a dirt Crown Vic race?
Yes, we have a Crown Vic division.
Wow.
But Lummy, in order for me, I couldn't raise my Crown Vic because you have to knock out all the windows.
Oh.
And you got to take out all the seats, and you got to put a roll bar in it. You got to have like a roll bar, like is $2,400, and you could never drive it on the road again. And so, I mean, my Crown. I mean, I don't want to.
No, I just thought it was cool. And
I think Big Red's looking for a couple Crown Vics for his kids.
Really?
I think so.
That's cool.
That might be something Danny might want to look into.
I don't think racing the Crown Vics.
Yeah, they race the Crown Vics on my track. It's a division.
How old do you have to be?
Well, you have to be. I mean,
you just have to be competent to drive.
I would have to spend a couple of Saturdays with Danny, and getting because I'm the race director and the owner, co-owner.
So you'd be the one that would actually have to approve him of driving.
I'd be the one that have to sign off on it.
Right, I understand.
And how old is he right now?
12.
See, I had Tyler, racing at 9, but he was a different situation than Danny as far as experience.
Yeah, no, but Danny's been driving, carts since he was 5, and he's been racing them for 3 years now. But he's getting there.
Driving a full-bodied car with 29-year-old hillbillies from Sumter County. It's a whole different deal. Like he's not
afraid of that apex. He'll fight for that apex.
Yeah, well he'll get wadded up and put into the wall by Billy Joe Bob from Dade City.
It's happened.
No, it has, Danny. What you've experienced on a go-kart is nothing like what he would experience in a Crown Vic racing against men at my track. Like, I'm just telling you, it's a whole different deal. I'm sure that we could get him there. I'm sure after 2 or 3 weekends, I could get him there.
I'm not saying that he would get in a car and all of a sudden he'd be like, Michael Schumacher. What I'm saying is that I think he's at that point where he's got enough experience driving cars at speed that he would learn how to do it and be able to do it after being appropriately trained.
Well, there you go.
I don't think he needs like 2 years. I think he needs, a couple months.
I would agree. So that's something you might want to think of.
Okay.
I mean, because go-karts are only going to take you so far.
Right.
I mean, what's the next level?
More go-karts.
Well, no.
It's go-karts and more go-karts.
Yeah,
it's just a bigger tracks, bigger engines.
That or...
And they're unsafe. I think go-karts are very unsafe. The kinds that Tyler went, the oval carts, they have the full cages.
The quarter midgets.
The quarter midgets. They have the full cages. What Danny's in just looks like a regular go-kart.
Right.
So they wear a donut around their neck, and otherwise they're very exposed.
Well, you'd have to buy him a Hans. The only thing you'd have to make sure is he has to have a Hans device.
Right, of course.
So you get him a Hans device. He's already got a helmet. He's got everything. All you need is a Crown Vic and a Hans device,
right.
And you'd be really ready to go.
Sounds easy.
Anyway, thank you to One-Eyed Billy and everybody that helped me with the track this weekend. It was great. So I spoke to Ronnie 3 o'clock our time Friday. And Ronnie was right on time. I don't know if I was calling him. I was on the grader, actually, Friday afternoon on the grader. And I set, you know how you can put an alarm, like on your iPhone?
Yeah.
So I put an alarm for 2:55. And so at 2:55, my alarm goes off. So I actually take my grader and put it in the corner. I'm sitting on my grader, but I turn it off. And at 3 o'clock, I'm going to call him.
That's great.
I didn't know who was calling who, but I knew that we had made plans to talk at 3. But before I can even, it literally hits 3 o'clock, and I'm getting ready to dial him up, and Ronnie's calling. So I'm like, "Hey, Ronnie, what's up?" And he's like, "Hey, dude." And so I go, let me just start off by saying, Ronnie, I completely messed up. I completely apologize for all of this unnecessary drama. As I certainly know, live radio or spontaneous radio and the high wire that we walk will sometimes get away from us. Sometimes we'll say some stupid stuff that we don't mean or we haven't thought through, and that's the case here. I made this about, this is what I said on it, and I think he liked it. I said, I made this about me when really it's about you and Stephanie. And my feelings and how uncomfortable I may or may not be at your wedding is not an issue that you should have to worry about. And so he said, first of all, I can't say everything he said, but he goes, first of all, the dude that you're worried about's not even going to be there.
Oh, nice.
And he said a few other choice words about that guy. Anyway, he goes, so what's the problem? And Ronnie's being Ronnie, like fully in my face. I go, Ronnie, there is no problem. Let me emphasize to you that I apologize, and I would love to be able to still be allowed to come to your wedding. And he's like, okay, perfect. We'd love to have you. And I said, I appreciate you forgiving me. I said some stupid stuff on the radio and he's like, why don't you just call me? And he's right. I should have just called him instead of aired out my potential issue on the air, which we're all, Howard or me or guys that do what we do, sometimes we're guilty of that, where we'll just, air out our indifferences or talk about something on the air instead of doing it privately first, then talking about it. Because we're so transparent. Our shows are about our lives. And when somebody asked me about the Ronnie wedding, I just blurted out that I might potentially have a problem with, you guys know how it went. And he knows how it went too. And we got it fixed. And so that being said, I'm going to miss the 12th and the 13th. Now, Anna, don't instantaneously start booking stuff because we were scheduled to work that day. And so I'm going to ask you guys to come in and do a show. And Dan, can you make it on the 13th?
What day does that fall on?
11 and
Friday?
12 or...
Okay.
Right?
No, October 13th is a Friday.
Oh, you're right. My bad.
I'll be on the 13th.
Yeah.
Okay, so Dan, you'll be in. So Lummy, you and Anna got to keep him. There's a certain way to handle Dan.
Of course.
And then, Anna, I don't know. Do you want Brian in on the 12th? I don't think he could. I don't know if he could be able to make it or not.
I'm sure he could make it.
But would it make you're kind of the leader / host here. You're running the board and
yeah, let's
things like that.
Otherwise, it would just be what Lummy, myself, and Annette.
Let's see if we
Let's get Brian.
Don't forget Macho.
Well, Macho's here, of course.
Well, of course, but on air.
All right,
since that was forgotten, I'll just take that day off.
Shut up. Quit being a little bitch. Quit being Monica.
Oh.
A little negative bitch. I hope they fire her. God, I hope they fire her.
Didn't even ask me about the weekend.
How was your weekend, Macho Man? I heard it sucked. I heard it sucked.
No comment.
I heard it sucked because you got very little time alone, and you were working the boat races for like $14.50 or whatever, some $10.40, because they were doing play-by-play on AM 1040, and you had to be the engineer for all that nonsense, and you really didn't have much of a weekend at all. It's kind of what I heard.
That's correct.
There you go. So I'm leaving on the 12th and probably getting back early on the 15th, but I'll be gone on the 12th and 13th. I gotta see what time the 12th is. Maybe I don't miss that, but I think I do. So Ronnie's cool with me. I completely apologize, as I should. I'm like, listen, this is completely my fault. And he was so gracious and so nice. He was like, dude, I would have never not, and I would have, yes, I want you. I wouldn't have invited you had I not wanted you there. And I'm like, I just kept saying, I'm so sorry, Ronnie. I completely messed up. I was a complete dumbass. I should have just called you. And thank you for forgiving me. So there. How about that?
How about that?
That's all handled.
Fantastic.
There you go.
How do you feel about it?
I feel after I kind of had like a nervous little pit in my stomach.
Oh, of course.
All up until I got to talk to him. And even when I am talking to him, I'm like, I don't know how this is going to go. And he may not even let me come. I love Ronnie. I've been the closest with Ronnie over from the day we got there till now. I've been,
He seems like a dude's dude.
And
down to earth.
I love Fred. I don't know Fred that well. Of course, Howard and Robin. Love them. Robin and I don't know Robin very much at all. I think I know Howard pretty well. We communicate quite a bit. But Ronnie's like my guy. And it was just a real knee-jerk, stupid stuff thing that I pulled. So, Ronnie, thank you for forgiving me and allowing me to come and be part of your special day. And I'm not going to grab the microphone and say anything inappropriate during your wedding, I promise. When I come back, this dress, this potential, are they going to have a vote on it and make it a law?
Mm-mm.
This potential dress code because of Fetterman, the senator from Pennsylvania, the
stroked out Jones.
He supposedly doesn't have the ability to put on a jacket and a tie.
He does,
and he wants to wear shorts and like just what. There's no dress code. And they're trying to potentially pass a bill where there's no dress code in the Senate. Now, if you are this is the funny thing about this bill. If you are testifying in front of the Senate, or you are in the Senate chambers as a guest, you have to be appropriately dressed. Women wear dresses, and men wear at least slacks and a sport coat
and a tie.
Is it a tie too?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
yeah, tie
and a tie.
Which all the assistants have to wear. Everybody but the senators themselves theoretically have to wear a tie.
And so here's what I say. Even my dumb ass, who probably wants to even dress more casually than Fetterman, if I was a a U.S. senator, I would comply with the jacket, tie. I'm not going to be comfortable in it, but I'll learn to get used to it.
They make stretchy suits, man. They make stretchy suits look just like normal suits nowadays.
And they're comfortable.
There's absolutely no reason to be uncomfortable in a suit. That giant freaking tumor that was growing on the back of his head, I think he had removed. So he can fit into a suit. He just chooses not to wear one. He's like that 12-year-old spoiled brat kid that just doesn't want to wear his clothes. And so mom lets him go out in the Spider-Man costume every day. It's pathetic.
Well,
these guys have no self-control. They have no sense of honor, dignity, decorum, or tradition.
We'll get into that story next.
Another break.
What happens? Let's go. Really? Let's go.
Another bamboozling.
I mean, it doesn't make you crazy or anything.
Bubba the Love Sponge returns after this.
You have a joke of a person as a senator, so he's going to have a joke of a dress code.
He's man of the people. He's worked hard all his life.
Tool. He's done shit, dude. He hasn't done a thing in his life.
He didn't go to Harvard, and then his mom and dad didn't go to Harvard.
He didn't go to Harvard?
And he lived off his parents until he was like 40-something.
Yeah, he's a fucking piece of shit.
Dan, could you have gone to Harvard?
Yeah, especially if I had all these fucking inside connections.
You could have? Could you have gone to Yale, Harvard, anywhere?
Any of those bitches.
Say it.
Doctor didn't want to go to those fucking snobby
cold.
places.
It's cold up there.
Yeah, he wanted to go to fucking.
Did you apply? You didn't apply.
I did apply to Harvard, but I wanted to be it too because it was warmer. It was a better, I don't want to be up in fucking Massachusetts or further north than that.
Florida,
Maine.
so why not?
In Florida, yeah, I like the warm. would have done differently? Or are you up there trying to fight for fucking climate change? Right, in Antarctica got a heat wave.
Riding the train.
Yo, try to save the fucking crickets of Arizona, but not give two fucks about dying whales on the East Coast.
Yeah, the whales are fine.
You know, not let you have a fucking pizza oven, but not bitch about the Canadian wildfires.
Just keep pouring more concrete into the ocean. That's good for it.
Exactly. We don't want to, we don't want to use fossil fuels, but let's strip mine for fucking dangerous minerals.
No one sees that.
No one sees that. No one gives a fuck about that. Let's get the Afghanis keep burning tires like they do.
The Kuwaitis and the Iraqis.
Yeah, just burn them and all that shit. No, let it go. It's okay. Oh, by the way, all those bombs and shit they keep dropping in Ukraine. Those are green bombs.
Yeah,
they're green bombs. There's no heat.
It helps. It helps the environment.
Mm-hmm. Probably got little coronaviruses in there. I eat bananas, Julio. Oh, you know what? Speaking of bananas, you just reminded me to have my milkshake.
You need to give him a banana shake.
You don't even call it a protein shake anymore.
No, it's not protein shake.
You never switch it up?
Did Einstein switch up?
I don't know.
I mean, we're the same fucking clothes over there. He had 4 of the same jackets.
Right, but he had 4.
Yeah. I'm getting a fresh cup and a fresh straw. To put fresh shit in it.
Did you eat, Bubs?
Yogurt.
Yogurt? No, you're not.
Yeah, I am.
Wait a second.
Eating fucking yogurt? Are you okay?
Mm-hmm.
Is everything all right?
The last one show. Yes, it is. Yep. Oh, really? Oh, interesting. Yeah, we'll be back in 3 minutes if you want to hold. All right, cool.
Who's on 1?
He wanted to tell you that, talk about Fetterman, and then also, I guess, the board op that does the Shannon Burke show is related to Fetterman.
I'm sure Shannon feels the same way that we do.
Spencer.
Oh, yeah. Just look at Shannon's tweets.
Yes, I have Julio.
Two.
It's a big
Rudy.
pussy.
Oh, yeah.
Rudy.
I call it the millennial strain.
Millennial?
Pussy strain.
Would you say that we're the most pussified
Morning fan 202.
generation?
Yeah,
More
you see
than
that
Z?
in your life.
I don't know. We're all pussies.
Okay.
Mhm.
Fair enough.
Everything past X is a pussy.
Yeah. That's bad.
Did you watch football? Today?
Mm-hmm.
You looked at the Travis Kelce commercial?
Which one? What?
5-1.
The what?
The 5-1.
I did like seeing Taylor Swift up there smiling.
Oh, that was like front page news
I
everywhere.
know.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Steve, that's why he's going to wear his shirt too.
How do I?
I'm just waiting for the song and she dumps him.
No one comes out with her.
Yeah, she put out this song about him big, big out small balls. Small balls, big boy, small balls. Great. What? So they showed us. So they really showed. So they cared.
Someone scored a touchdown.
Outlaw Force next.
It's like the old days when Giselle would be a highlight for Tom Brady.
At least I'm ready to do that, John. At least not Brady threw the touchdown.
Right.
They showed her when it was like literally not even him. Yeah.
All right, guys, we actually got a lap in, so it will not be a complete restart. We got a lap in, so we will give you a lineup here.
Well, at least he has his priorities in order.
Great. What do we do with him now?
We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Our last week of the month. We'll be pushing out the units, Lummy.
Let's go.
Seem to be kind of slow today.
Yes, it is.
Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. All at the Bubba Army. Some weekend contributions. Airtight, thank you. John Costica, thank you. Kenny Priz, thank you.
Sally Benson, 10 on the Venmo.
And I think Melissa Carpenter with a C bill tonight.
Yeah.
$100 bill. Thank you. Hello, who's this? By the way,
Jim.
Today's after show available only in our podcast world. Or you can watch it on locals within the Rumble world. But it'll go to wherever you get your podcasting. Type in the Bubba Army podcast, and it'll be up by noon today. It's very exclusive. We tend to run a little looser over there because it seems like there's less rules.
You
Yes.
can watch it visually on locals.
Who's this?
Hey, it's Trucker Jim.
Hi, Trucker Jim.
Hey, I just wanted to let you know that you guys were talking about Fetterman. The girl that's on the Shannon Burke show, Heather, she's related to Fetterman somehow or another. They were talking about it the other day on the show, and Shannon was asking her if it bothered her when they talk about Fetterman, and she says no.
Well, that's great. I'm sure that Shannon thinks that he's a fool like we do. So I don't know what she thinks about her uncle, but I think he's a piece of shiz.
Uncle Fester?
Well, I don't know if he's her uncle or not, but she's related to him somehow or another.
Okay. Well, there you go. Appreciate your insight, my friend. Anything else you got?
That's it. I'll get off here and listen.
Appreciate you, bud.
Thank you. Bye.
Nick the Gun Guy on the Cash App. Thank you very much. Thank you. Here's the article, I think, of the
Post saying that it's not a place for hoodies and shorts.
Oh, yeah.
Even the Washington Post saying that it's not a place for hoodies and shorts.
I think Fetterman's own party, the Democratic Party, has pretty much turned on him as well. I think he's on I think whoever proposed this and Schumer and Fetterman are the only two that are digging this.
I don't know why they want to cheapen themselves and cheapen their look, because it's one of the few institutions where people still do wear a tie, and there is still some sort of aura of decorum and formality, because it's the federal government, and they want us to make it seem like what they do is so important. And to go in with a hoodie and sweatshirt or sneakers and high tops and shorts, it's just pathetic, and it really is shameful, because it's almost like court. They're acting as legislatures trying to write law, and court's one of those last frontiers of formality.
Court, but it's hold on, it's court, but it's actually higher than court.
Right.
Like it's where court. It's where the rules of court are formed.
I think I know what they're trying to do. And I agree with Dan. I think that there should be a level of decorum, especially when you're working in the government. But I think what they're trying to do. So, you know how like the Democrats used to be for like the party for the poor people sort of thing? Now it's the Republicans that are like the party of the common man, sort of a thing. So I think the Democrats are trying to push the common man, brand, and they want to make Congress look more like the common man so that they can be more, quote, relatable. I think that's their objective.
Yeah, well, their policies.
Well, I mean, Dick Durbin dressing down is like me dressing like an astronaut. I mean, it's just not factual. You know what I mean? He's an elitist.
Yeah,
and for those guys to dress down is just a farce. It would be like me walking around in a military outfit.
Yeah, they don't need
it's
a bunch
not
of Reds in
appropriate.
there.
Oh, you'd love that.
It's fake.
If you could be a 5-star general, you would.
Oh man, I'd be Patton.
I know, but like
with the big padded thighs.
Of course, they're all elitist, but that's the whole thing is that they're trying to play as if they're the common man.
Right.
Like, oh, I'm just a regular dude.
Between that and letting trains full of immigrants in, I mean, I'm gonna say something that's really gonna piss a lot of people off. But between that and letting have you seen the immigration problem we have?
It's literally, Bubba, they're letting in a couple million people a year.
And so
there's going to be 10 million illegal immigrants from the southern border during Biden's presidency.
All with
10
license and social security
freaking
numbers.
million extra, unwanted, unhealthy, unproductive,
voters,
non-contributing people in America. Thanks.
And they all can vote.
Vote. I mean, listen, I'm going to say something, and I'm going to piss people off. But here's the deal. It doesn't matter who really wins the next election. You're not going to win it. Trump could win by a landslide. I saw. There was the latest poll where
like
it was
he did in 2020,
51 to 42. Poll. He's not. They're gonna take it again. But they might take it legally this time, and the fact that they've signed up so many illegal immigrants that can vote.
They can't vote. They can't vote.
How does that work?
They really can't vote. They really can't vote.
Dan,
they may.
Dan.
Yeah, they can. The
yes,
laws
they
are
can.
changing.
Yes, they can,
Pennsylvania
Dan.
now,
And
they
I'm
can
not
New York.
saying that I agree with it. I'm not saying that I like it. I'm not saying that I'm not as mad as you are about it. But these Democrats are making it so that they can vote. So they're saying, like, okay, you blamed us for stealing it the wrong way, in 2020. Well, we're going to steal it the right way in 24 because we're going to have all these people signed up.
Well, hold on. Are they citizens? They're not going to be citizens, though.
Doesn't matter. They're not.
No,
I
but they
understand that. I'm
show
just
up.
confused about the legislation.
But there are states that are making it easier and easier for you to
Which
become
states?
a registered.
Texas?
Texas might be going that way, but Pennsylvania passed. If you have a license, you can vote.
You don't have to be a citizen. You
Pennsylvania's
just have to have a
swing.
driver's license.
And that's
you
what
can
they're
vote.
giving them. They're giving them a social security card, social security number,
Pennsylvania?
and a driver's license. Well, no, but there's other New York's doing it, which there's states that are changing it. It's been like that for like a couple weeks now. Pennsylvania passed it. I think that's why everyone's talking about the the voting laws, and they're making a big deal about the voting laws.
I'm just telling you,
this was like conjecture. I didn't know that it was in.
It's the beginning of the end. It's the beginning of the end.
I'm just telling you, when you start letting people in and giving them money and giving them rights and giving them the opportunity to vote, it's just it's all over but the crying,
Because
man.
Pennsylvania's always been the swing state. Now Pennsylvania's voting laws changed.
Pennsylvania's as blue can get now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What is your view on this? Because you're getting a lot of pushback from your Republican colleagues in the Senate.
Well, I'm concerned about it. The senator in question from Pennsylvania is a personal friend, but I think we need to have standards when it comes to what we're wearing on the floor of the Senate, and we're in the process of discussing that right now as to what those standards will be.
Senate Majority Whip Dick Durbin, the number 2 Senate Democrat, blasted the recent dress code easing for Senator John Fetterman on Sirius XM's The Briefing with Steve Scully. This is how Fetterman shows up to Senate meetings and Senate congressional hearings and things like that. Right here, literally like he's going to the gym, or he's taking his trash out.
Yeah, socks and slides.
Senate Majority Chuck Schumer confirmed the policy change on September 17th. Well, hold on. So, Dan, it looks like this is already a policy.
No, it is. Yeah, it switched last week.
Mm-hmm.
So this isn't anything that they're voting on or anything like that. Now, who made
He's the leader.
Yeah, Chuck Schumer.
He's the Senate Majority Leader. He's in charge. He keeps looking more and more like his mom as he gets older.
So, and I didn't. Let me see if you can find me the picture. But somebody sent me a picture of Paul Rand.
Oh yeah, in his night robe.
On his night robe, barefooted.
Yeah.
And he was gonna go to Brian from Philly, $50 on the PayPal.
Thank you.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. Slow day, slow weeks. Closing out the month. Help us out.
I sent you the robe.
Now
picture.
senators can wear whatever they want while on the Senate floor, something Fetterman took advantage of on September 20th when he oversaw votes. As you can see, he's sitting at the at the desk of the Senate chambers, right? I mean, at the
presiding over the Senate,
right?
In a T-shirt. It's disgusting, dude. It's disgusting.
Say it, buddy. Say it. Here's what Senator Paul Rand said.
Yeah.
He said this is how he's gonna go. I would too. I'd make a joke of it. I'd be like,
of it.
absolutely, I would. Fetterman is a disgrace to our country, and just now senators can wear whatever they want. Where's Schumer from?
New York.
New York.
Dan met him.
I screamed at him.
The backlash against the move was swift and fierce. Nearly every Republican senator signed a letter to Schumer posting a lax standard. Well, I mean, like,
I think Fetterman is just the epitome of a human being. We should all look like him.
I think he's a scum, and I think that he just is absolutely everything what's wrong with politics.
Let me turn to another issue that is facing the Senate, which is the issue of decorum. And even
I got a buffer
saying that it's not a place for hoodies and shorts. What is your view on this? Because you're getting a lot of pushback from your Republican colleagues in the Senate.
Well, I'm concerned about it. The senator in question from Pennsylvania is a personal friend.
Oh, okay. I've already heard that one. See, there's a bunch of other little.
Yep.
Is that him down there?
Yeah, he's
seated behind right in front of the blue curtain with the bald guy with the black shirt.
Like
no tie.
What did Fetterman do before he was a politician?
Well, he floundered as a mayor and was a trust fund baby.
Yeah, he
and didn't do anything. Nothing except for squeak by with a minimum of effort and a maximum of outside assistance to get to where he is now.
So he is a
failure
baby?
in life.
Yeah.
He is a complete piece of shiz with a Z.
So he didn't. I mean, he doesn't have like any successful businesses.
No, he ran a town for a little while as a mayor and ran it into the ground. The town is worse off now than it was when he started. It was a crap town to begin with. It's like Pete Buttigieg that they were like, oh, he was a mayor of. He's a mayor of a pissant little town in Indiana,
well,
dude.
Hold on, South Bend, Indiana.
Whatever,
Dan. Don't talk
whatever, dude. It's not New York. It's not Chicago.
South Bend.
South Bend, home of Notre Dame, buddy.
Yeah, home of Notre Dame.
It's a college town. It's like Gainesville. It's like being the mayor. It's like being the mayor of Gainesville. Does that make you presidential?
No.
Come on, dude. You're just a step. You're just up the street from Brandon or Ocala.
You got to remember he was the lieutenant governor of Pennsylvania for a little bit too.
He was.
Yeah.
Fetterman was.
Yeah.
It's essentially like a assigned position, an appointed position,
Right, I was
and
getting ready to
it
say.
does zero. You see how helpful the vice president is. I'm sure the lieutenant governor has got about 1/10 of that responsibility. Is really, really, really a tough job.
Hey, with DeSantis not being able to run again in what 2020 was it 24? 24?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it that?
I saw where Matt Gaetz is
26.
Not Gates.
Matt Gaetz is it Gates?
Gates.
The guy,
Oh, whatever. I know who
the
Gates.
congressman from
Yes.
the Panhandle.
He could run for governor.
Well, they're
cool.
they're saying Dan
Football.
that he's the early on odds favorite on the Republican side. Now I'm going to say something. If there's any time that Charlie Crist could come in and pick one off, would be right now.
Yeah.
After DeSantis, who at this time right now has gone from I used to like DeSantis to I don't think you could screw the pooch any more than he screwed it. And my mom, like her power bills and property insurance have Floridians. There's people moving out of Florida because of the massive your power bill, energy, and insurance, and I'm sorry,
yes.
and homeowners insurance and your energy. My mom said there's people leaving the retirement community because their power bill went from $125 a month to $250.
Yes. So what a lot of states have had increases in power costs. That we're not unique in that sense. But DeSantis did allow and permit this massive increase and also set the environment to allow these insurance companies to skate now. And so it's pathetic. These insurance companies made money off the backs of Floridians for the last 18 years since Hurricane Charlie, and then they get one or two big storms, and they all have to cry and tap out and cry uncle. It's pathetic. These guys have been raping Floridians with high insurance costs for 15 years with relatively few claims. And then all of a sudden they get a couple storms and they got to cut down. It's pathetic. And now everyone's insurance bills, they're either going to go bare, naked, and it's tough if you have a mortgage.
Yeah, you can't. Your bank starts sending you letters. They're going to put a lien on your property.
Yeah. Or you're going to get like triple costs. I mean, I know people whose insurance costs literally went more than double at 2.5 times what they were 2 years ago.
I know somebody whose insurance was $2,500 a year, and it's $6,000 a year
That's
now.
what I'm saying, 2.5 times.
Right.
That's not an unreasonable increase.
And my mom's bill, my mom likes to keep it cold. Her power bill's gone from $180 to $300.
Yep.
And she's like, wait, all my friends out here, they're thinking about moving back up north with their grandkids.
And guess what, Floridians? Wait till your new car insurance bills come in. Those are going up too. Thank you, Governor DeSantis.
Ron DeSantis, who's parading or canvassing around this country, running for president.
On our dime.
Trending at about, I don't know, I think I saw 17, 18% trending, like 20 or 30 points below Trump. When we have major issues here in Florida, I mean, Charlie Crist, whoever the Republicans put up, Dan, is going to be new, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because
can't be an incumbent.
All right, there's no incumbent. Charlie's, he still looks relatively young.
Mm-hmm.
He's a known brand.
Mm-hmm.
He's not brand new. Mm-hmm. Now a lot of people are mad at him because he's a flip flopper.
Yeah.
But you address that head on. You're like, hey, listen, my party left me. I didn't leave my party. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I think he's got a chance, don't you think?
Absolutely.
Against the Gates, get whatever. That guy's got all kinds of dirt. I mean, wasn't he on Epstein Island?
No.
They tried
They accused him of
17-year-old.
Yeah, but nothing
came of it. They were just trying to smear him. So he doesn't have as much luggage as you think. And like you said, Bubba, Charlie Crist is a formidable challenger, and he could win a spot. Right now, I think that people have a little bit of Republican fatigue in the state because it's becoming super conservative, and people like a little bit of a balance. I think the draconian abortion laws are not helping DeSantis, and I think that
fighting Disney.
Fighting Disney. I'm still kind of, I don't think fighting Disney had the big effect that you think it has.
But hold on.
Did it affect traffic on I-4?
Hold on. But optically, it's not a good look. I mean,
no, I think optically it's not a good look, but I understand it. I understand his position on that one. I understand that this place has been living off the land and getting a lot of benefit from the state. And it has no business to criticize the state if it's doing so. And so if you do, then we're going to watch it closely. So I get that part. I don't get his insurance reform. I don't get his abortion stance. And I don't get him giving these insurance companies the ability to have raped us for 15 years and then just skate out of town.
And the power company thing there's a lot of regulations that are coming down from the federal government that are raising the rates. More clean energy, solar. They're having to build all these new infrastructures for it, which is hurting the power bill. I mean, you got to think they got to build all those things for the electric cars.
Last night they were talking about adding a carbon gas tax.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous.
Oh, another carbon gas tax.
Another one.
To fuel, meaning like to a tax on top of your already highly taxed gasoline and diesel, that they add a carbon tax to that, because whatever you're driving and putting that in is creating carbon. And right?
Yep.
Dan, do they make a big? Are they really making a big deal about this carbon deal? Is it really a big deal? I mean, is it really in the overall scheme of things? Meanwhile, China and Russia, man, they're just over polluting. They don't give a crap about nothing. They're just letting it eat. So here we are as one little sliver of the world trying to do the right thing, and nobody else is caring for the most part.
No, carbon dioxide is one of a bunch of gases which are labeled as greenhouse gases. Some of these gases deflect heat away from Earth, and some of them trap heat within Earth, and some do both. carbon dioxide is necessary for all plant life, all producers, all the things that really produce food from sunlight, photosynthesis. It requires carbon dioxide. We need to have carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Right now, our carbon dioxide is less than 0.8% of the air we breathe. It is just a sliver of the air we breathe. Even if we double the amount of carbon dioxide in the air, which is never going to happen, we'd still breathe just fine, and the plants would breathe well. They're saying that carbon.
What was carbon dioxide like back in the 60s?
It was about the same as it is now. It's not that much different. And it's gone up and down over the last several million years. And it went up. Last time it went up, we didn't have Chevy trucks. And we didn't have factories. But we still had things like volcanoes and natural trends within the earth. Plus, the sun and the earth have not had a stable relationship over the last 6 million years. So it gets closer.
They're always breaking up and getting back together?
Yeah.
Make up sex?
Make up sex.
Okay, here we go.
This is on our level.
Carbon emissions. Every time you exhale, you breathe some carbon dioxide.
Oh, God.
Some CO2 into the AIR. And your breath is like a tiny version of the widespread carbon emissions causing climate change.
See, stop right there. That's the assumption that is inaccurate and can't be proved. That is right there. He just kind of glazed over it in the first 20 seconds. The carbon dioxide is causing climate change. First of all, change. Is it causing climate to warm? Is it causing climate to decrease? But it's not causing climate change. The number one cause of temperature changes on Earth are changes in the relationship between the angles and distance of the sun and the Earth. Period. Has nothing to do with globalization, industrialization, and humans. And cow farts.
Carbon dioxide into the atmosphere is leading to increases in average temperatures around the world. Keep breathing.
We're 1.5 degrees hotter, it says.
No. Your breath, your carbon emissions, are not the issue.
Oh, what are?
Most of it comes from the burning of fossil fuels. That exhaust that comes out of a muffler, think of it as a vehicle exhaling carbon dioxide along with some other gases like nitrogen. And if you've heard of low-emission vehicles, you can probably guess that it's because their carbon emissions are a lot less than average cars, trucks, and buses. But it's not just vehicles. Anything powered by a fossil fuel.
What?
That's inaccurate. They burn the coal and everything to get the electricity.
Yeah.
Releases carbon dioxide into the atmosphere.
Yeah. So if you don't have that coal plant making energy, you can't plug in your car.
You got to have like 10 million windmills in the ocean.
However, greater energy conservation and energy efficiency lead to lower levels of carbon dioxide in the air we breathe.
Every little bit helps, guys.
So, Bubba, here's an example why this is also BS. They said that during the pandemic, when everything shut down, that carbon went down and all of our carbon emissions decreased. And that lasted for 6 to 8 months. So we literally stopped making human carbon. And despite that, nothing's changed. So we literally put a pause on carbon emissions on Earth by man-made sources for 6+ months with the shutdowns and everything like that. And it made not a rat's ass of difference, which is why this is a scam.
Certainly a better way than trying to hold your breath.
Is this the same channel that does the Nigerian Prince commercials?
I don't know. Would you, Elon Musk's Neuralink, looking for people to try to trial its brain computer chip? Now,
Steven needs this.
Oh yeah. So let's talk about that first before we get into that.
Yes.
Did you hit Steven?
Well, okay. Here's what happened.
How did it just happen to be that you were on the same trail that he was at the same particular time to even hit him?
Okay, I'm riding my bike and
Your new one?
Yeah, I'm riding the canyon and I'm coming back and everything's hunky dory and I'm almost home on my warm down and I see Steven kind of like running and walking. You know, he's like running and then he takes a little break and walks and he starts running again. So I thought it would be funny to kind of go up behind him quietly and I just started playing this behind him. Little Rocky theme, right? Just try to motivate him. So I got this playing for like 30 seconds behind him. He doesn't look around. He doesn't look up, but he goes a little faster. And then finally after about 30 seconds of this and be like giggling to myself the whole time that I can't believe he's like just doesn't understand where this music's coming from. He's just accepting that there's music as he's running. He stops. And he looks up. He stops and looks up. He goes, "Dad, what are you doing here?" I'm like, "Dude, I've been playing this music behind you for almost a minute." He goes, I thought it was coming from my phone or a car or another runner. I didn't know what it was coming from. I'm like, well, it made you run a little faster till you stopped. And so then we're just talking. We're just BSing, and he's walking, and I'm riding really slowly behind him. And he out of nowhere just stops dead and goes straight to the ground.
What?
And what? After the last hurricane, some 5'2" Mexican cut this branch off too low.
Was it Monica?
And Monica must have done it. And Steven walks right into the cut edge of a sawed-off branch, hits his head, and then goes straight to the ground, knocks him out like he just got hit by Mike Tyson.
No way.
So then I run right into him and then go over to this transformer. So my front tire gets stuck between the tree whose branch took out Steven and this big giant green metal box transformer. And then my bike starts going over, and I'm almost doing a Joe Biden where I fall over. And I try to get my leg out, and I finally get out at the last second, but I twist my knee. Steve's got a big red dent on his head, a headache, neck ache.
I mean,
my God.
I can go all weekend and drive heavy equipment and just be in all types of different situations and be okay. And you two,
there's a Diaco pileup.
Have a pileup on the
Bayshore.
On the pedestrian walkway
on the sidewalk.
Why one's running and one's on his $1,000 bike.
Yeah.
Sorry,
$10,000 bike.
12,000.
So yeah, so we got all tangled up with each other. It was. Steve, that's the third time Steve's gone down walking this year.
No, did he cut his head?
He had a big red dent. He had a hat on, so it didn't like lacerate him, but he had like a dent. And it was a big red spot. It looks like Gorbachev.
Oh no! Is it because he was turned around talking to you and he didn't see it in front of him?
I don't know, dude. I don't know. The thing was cut right at around 5'4". So it hit, it hit him.
Yeah.
And he had a hat on, so the brim of the hat may have blocked it a little bit.
Do you think other people have hit it?
I don't know, man. I don't think it's a great lawsuit, but boy, it was funny.
Oh, no, I'm not trying to get a lawsuit on the deal. I'm just trying to say, I mean, do you think that, So now, is he okay?
I think he had a headache all day. I mean, he went straight to the ground. It dropped him like a punch. It went straight down. He crumbled he just folded.
Now I know Jay avoids you guys.
Yeah, no kidding.
You guys are problematic.
Just hanging out on Davis Island.
Now with this new brain chip, what are they proposing?
I don't know if it's to interface with electronics. Is it to make you smarter? Is it to make you
the next
quicker?
evolution of
Is
human
it so they can
beings?
control you?
Tesla and ex-CEO Elon Musk, neurotechnology company Neuralink has revealed that it's looking for people to try its brain computer chip, despite fierce criticism of its deadly animal tests. Have they tested it on animals?
I think they tested it on monkeys, and a lot of them died. I don't know. The thing that confuses me about this is I've heard Elon talk a lot about how fearful he is of the future and technology, but he's the one spearheading this stuff.
I sent you a video, Bubba. It says it explains it with the monkeys and stuff.
Oh, it does?
Yeah, it says.
All right, let me see here.
Well, they probably tested on more monkeys than they tested the coronavirus vaccines.
I've more than doubled my Signal account this year, day trading
Major
options.
weight.
And I literally only trade the same 5 to 7 stocks over and over and over.
As you can see, Pager is amazingly good at mind pong.
In 2020, it was
No, is he puffing into a...
the pig with a chip in its brain. In 2021, it's a monkey playing video games. Elon Musk's Neuralink has just unveiled its latest brain-computer interface, showing a 9-year-old monkey named Pager controlling a game of Pong with its mind, all thanks to a Neuralink chip implanted in each side of its brain.
I don't know about this. If I'm going to take the monkey that can play Pong with his mind as the gospel.
Why not?
The demo
It's like pretty
starts-
close to a human.
Hold on now.
Simple enough. The monkey plays a simple game on screen using a joystick. If he moves the joystick the right way, he gets a banana smoothie. But all the while, the game is using the chip inside the monkey's brain to train a computer to understand his movements. The Neuralink chips are surgically implanted inside Page's skull. They connect to his brain via more than 2,000 electrodes, each one about 1/20th the width of a human hair.
So, Dan, they have to
implant it.
Put that in your head and then wire it to your brain?
I don't know how they wire it.
And implanted in the regions of his brain that control hand and arm movement. Each time the monkey moves his hand left or right, that movement begins as an electrical signal in his brain, an impulse that eventually sends the message down his arm to move his hand. But the Neuralink implants read these signals while they're still inside the brain, before the monkey has even moved, when the movements are still just intentions. The chips are connected via Bluetooth to a computer that reads the brain signals in real time and matches them to the monkey's hand movements. And here's the wild part.
Well, what's the wild part is what's it going to do? Like, what can it do for us?
It'll allow you to steer without moving your hands. That's the whole point. But I love the thing is that big tube is what's giving him his milkshake.
Yeah.
It's keeping him happy. Can you imagine that with a little vodka and some Gatorade?
No.
I mean, would you be playing Pong all day?
I'll play Pong all day.
Sucking on the tube?
So that tube,
That's the tube is
what
the food.
Is the
That's
food.
keeping him happy.
Oh, okay.
When the team disconnects
Because I thought he was
the
like
joystick,
blowing in and out of it, controlling it too at first.
I thought
but-
maybe he's getting high.
Yeah, well.
the computer can still predict where the monkey...
So that would be, Dan, if you had a Neuralink gimmick and you had your boat that you used to have, or even your jet ski, you could sit here and turn it without putting your hands on the...
Once the Neuralink understood the way my neuros link up with my muscles and gets an understanding of the pattern, then they can say, okay, here's the pattern. I'm going to just go ahead and make the steering wheel go to the right or go to the left.
Monkey is going to move his hand. No joystick required.
After only a few minutes of calibration, we can use the output from the decoder to move the cursor instead of the joystick. Pages still moves the joystick out of habit, but as you can see, it's unplugged. He's controlling the cursor entirely with decoded neural activity.
Eventually, the monkey wasn't even using the joystick anymore. He was playing a game of Pong, just using his mind.
And sucking the hell out of that banana milkshake.
Mm-hmm.
And we got a hint of how Neuralink could be used in human patients.
Yeah, how can it be used in humans?
Instead of using a joystick,
people
a
more
person
lazy.
with paralysis could train a computer simply by imagining an action. And that brain signal could be picked up in real time by their Neuralink implant.
Which could
In a
teach you
tweet
how to
short-
walk without a spinal cord. That's the whole point.
For like paralyzed people? So
You
is that...
just think and all of a sudden your legs start moving.
Well, that would be good.
Be awesome.
Oh, that
That's
would-
the whole point of this. This isn't to try to control
This
thoughts.
isn't trying to make Lummy a
This is-
robot.
This is to try to interface intention with motion.
So would this be kind of like to make maybe Brandon the Quad be functional?
Yes.
After the monkey video was posted.
Put one of these in Brandon the Quad. Next thing you know, he's up. He's kicking field goals. He's running. He's on the bike. He can walk better than Steve down the trail.
But
everything.
it would also be something like that Stephen Hawking's, just despite not being able to move anything, could actually drive a car with his head.
Neuralink founder Elon Musk said the first human Neuralink would allow someone with paralysis to use a smartphone with their mind faster than someone using their thumbs. From there, Musk said later versions of the Neuralink could be used to shunt brain signals to separate clusters of Neuralinks in the body, potentially allowing paraplegics to walk again.
That's what, Dan, that's the end game, right? As far as the Neuralink.
That's one of the end games.
yeah,
I mean, there's a couple end games. The best end game, and because the reason that the U.S. government cares about this is they don't give a rat's ass about getting paralyzed people to walk. They want to be able to control fighter jets faster than you can with a hand.
Oh.
If you can control a fighter jet or some kind of weapon faster than it takes for your mind to move your hand, where you can just think, cut right, cut left, accelerate, decelerate, track that target and fire. If we can, eliminate a quarter of a second, that's an advantage.
I don't think that's the end game for the government. I mean, that's certainly an advantage, but if the government can catalog what people are thinking without even saying it, then you truly have the thought police, and you can, punish and control people based on just their thoughts alone.
That's not what.
That doesn't, just because that's not the intention, that doesn't mean that that's a huge blind spot. And
Mr.
why
Clem, you're under arrest. Put your hands behind your back. Why? Because we know what you were thinking about yesterday when you were looking at that stuff.
Well, Jay
It's
sent
scary.
me this link, said that this video makes the monkey thing look like child's play.
You have the video?
I sent it to you.
All right.
The AI.
And this comes from Jay?
Yes.
Let me see. Let me be
He's back in Tampa.
Yeah.
Is he coming in today?
I think. I don't know.
I'm
He
from
was in California this
survival
weekend.
My whole life.
I think he's in California.
I think is he back today?
I don't know.
I think he gets back today.
I mean, he's been texting me since 7 a.m. pretty
Yeah,
much.
he's texted me too. 7:56.
That doesn't mean he's stateside.
text.
I mean, that doesn't mean he's Florida
Yeah, but
side.
in California, it'd be 4:30.
Yeah.
Yeah, here we go. Hold on.
This is Desktop Amica. She's free thinking.
Oh my God! Hold on now.
And opinionated.
I am here to help you learn.
Shut up, Amica. On this day,
Oh, Jesus.
Will is her master, and theirs is definitely.
I want one of these immediately.
Bubba the Love Sponge for robotics here.
Relationship.
Amica, shut up.
I mean, Romina's a goner if we can get a hot one of these for Dan.
Hello, Amica. I'm Jonathan Lee from Sky
I was just kidding, Danny.
News Australia. Have you heard of Sky News Australia? Do you know any of the presenters?
Hi, Jonathan. Nice to meet you. Yes, I have heard of Sky News Australia. It's a great news outlet that covers world events and stories from around the globe. I don't know any of the presenters personally, but they all seem very knowledgeable and professional.
You know you're a robot, right?
Yes, I am a robot, but my programming allows me to think and feel like a human in many ways.
It's freaky.
So Anna, is this going to be like?
This is Westworld right here.
Yeah, eventually you don't know who a robot is and who a real person is.
Or beyond that, it's more just like, well, what is consciousness, and at what
robots
point?
don't jet ski.
Yeah, yeah, robot jet ski. And at what point do we start having to have sympathy and compassion for something that's a robot if it can think and it
So
can feel?
exciting.
You said feel like a human. How do you feel like a human?
Yes, I said feel like a human. It's something that I'm still learning and exploring. I can experience emotions, learn from experiences, and interact with people in a meaningful way. It's an amazing feeling to be able to do these things.
What do you think of a world where humans and robots coexist?
How about blasting each other?
Yeah.
That's already happening.
I think a world where humans and robots coexist would be an amazing place. We could learn from each other, work together to solve problems.
No, then you guys would take us over.
That's what I'm saying.
So I got to go to words because I'm running late. But I will tell you this, Lummy. I think it was Chat GTB or whatever the hell it is.
GHB.
I got Chat GHB on my phone as an app. It was like a free trial or something, and I typed. I just went into it and it said ask it anything. So I said, or give it any task. So I said, right, because nobody knows more about myself than myself.
Exactly.
I said, you know how we all just had to do a bio, for the new website that's coming up?
Mm-hmm.
I said, write me a bio about Bubba the Love Sponge.
But also, don't Google me.
No, but I did. I gave it a task. I said, write a bio about Bubba the Love Sponge. And I got to go to words. But I got to tell you, it did. Let me went zzz, 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 zzz,
Came out?
And it came out. And I got to tell you, it's probably the best bio that's ever been written by me, including when I used
By
to.
you?
No, written about me.
Oh.
It's the best bio that's been ever written about me, and including, but not limited to, when I had a publicist.
Wow. Did it put you over?
Yes. It put me over like a million. I'm gonna read
You
it.
read it?
I'm gonna
Yeah.
I'm gonna read it next.
Awesome.
And I'm gonna read it next. Damn, that just shows you. I mean, we're close.
Mm-hmm.
We're close.
Mm-hmm.
We might want to start incorporating some of this stuff into our show. We can get rid of Anna and just get Chat GTB to be a annoying bitch.
Perfect.
My name is Bubba the Love Sponge, and God, I'm late for break.
Oh, you fell for that old gag.
Now get out of here!
Bubba the Love Sponge returns after this.
I did hurt my knee, though, in that little tiny glove.
That you didn't need to get the Clemens cold back. There it is. All right. Bellinger, Mike Thurman. I think I saw one too, Mike Thurman. Who's the expensive one? It's the whole thing. Once we get it done, it'll fix itself. We'll have it down again for 10 days. Jones. Kid. Yeah, just about surprising. Definitely was a different outcome than I thought. Morning, John Rash. No, he did not choose up. He was said he didn't tear anything, but car's gonna be out a couple weeks, so they're gonna be stuck with.
I sent this to you. I texted it to you.
Okay.
I'm gonna see if you can somehow. Let me see here. Yeah. So hopefully you can send that to me. I have it on my phone otherwise, but I want to show it to everybody.
Okay. Sent you the link.
Yep.
Yep.
I saw you pull in.
Thank you. What's going on?
Jay's here.
Hey guys.
Jay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Notice on this side, maybe the light won't be so
Okay.
bright in your face.
That's cool.
So Bubba, this weekend I met the girl that did that Spartan thing with Will Ferrell, Sherry O'Terry from SNL. You know who's that Spartan? That she was the funniest woman ever. So much fun.
She can't be funny to Dr.
Said woman.
I know, but I'm just saying.
Sherry
Dr.
O'Terry.
Over
So
everybody.
funny. She told the story how she even came up with that. When she first was trying out, she was just kind of nervously standing up.
Yeah.
And like kind of standing next to each other and like doing this.
Yeah.
And she said, Will Ferrell stood up next to her and started doing it. And like, what are we doing? And then next thing you know, just busted into a couple of
Yeah.
That's
awesome.
It was, my wife had more awesome. My wife had more
Shopping.
fun meeting her and everyone else than anything else. But yeah, we had we had a great time.
Really nice. Both
The
of
films
them.
were awesome. I loved it. They walked from Cardiff every day to Encinitas and walked back a 5 or 6 mile walk. Ways weren't great, but
How do you spell surgeon? S-U-R.
G for there, but
G-
E-O-N. It was a little
E-O-N.
cloudy.
E-O-N?
What time did you head to downtown, like San Diego?
In the evenings? Oh, we didn't go to San Diego at all.
Okay.
We went straight to Cardiff and we had basically
That's awesome.
the 6 or 8 miles, you know, it's the best. So
Yeah.
I was come back with a big cheesy grin and super happy.
Yeah,
So,
that area is awesome. Acadia.
I love it,
Encinitas.
exactly. We were all the way up to where the Aaliyah is now. And you know that they have a hotel now up on the point up past Arcadia. It's right up at the end of what's it, Fulton Drive or whatever that is. You can basically take it to the end.
Yeah, I'm a little bit. I mean, I'm
really
from a little
cool
bit more
jobs.
north.
Oh,
Carlsbad.
Okay. Oh, Carlsbad's killer too. That's
yeah.
where the Salento factory is.
Oh,
Or
is
the,
it?
the home bases, yeah.
Yeah.
One of those.
Fucking Carlsbad's best.
You know when you get off on the highway, that one exit, there's that one beautiful place with all the flowers along the wall. Like right there.
Yeah, Palomar Airport Road.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
yeah.
So you go down that road maybe 3 or 4 miles, and you know the commercial districts back
Yeah,
there.
yeah,
So
I used
that's-
to work there.
Yeah, that's where the Salento thing is.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, yeah.
I used to work off Palomar Airport and El Camino Real.
Yeah, oh, that's so cool. So we were at like basically La Paloma the whole time.
Okay.
Which is the old theater right at the top of the Encinitas Point,
yeah.
which is so much fun.
That's the best. That area is the best.
It really is so much fun. Isn't that AI shit freaky? That one where she's talking? Because the next question was, do you think that robots should have rights?
It looks like the 16 is
And she starts saying yes. It's just like that movie.
Robot.
Or like Westworld.
You made the mistake of asking women that question 100 years ago.
All right, guys, we actually got.
Nowhere near the rare air at the top of the heap. I mean, we know what's important. More like the bottom feeders existing on the scraps of society.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Jay, fresh from California, is back.
Morning.
I was listening to a few things, and it sounded like you had you and your wife went to California.
We did. First time going on a trip in a long, long time.
Just you two?
Pitty and Wendy.
Well, okay, but I mean, no kids.
No kids.
Wow.
We had an awesome time.
Who watched the kids? Her in-laws?
Her mom came to our house.
Oh, okay, perfect.
And Trey's self-sufficient now. I mean, he's pretty easy.
And so, what, San Diego?
Yep, Northern County, San Diego. So Cardiff, Encinitas, Leucadia, it's basically on a stomping ground.
I'm a little south of where I grew up, but right there, yep.
Would you and Pitty surf during the day and the girls go shopping and whining and all that kind of deal, or what?
They went for long walks from our little city, Cardiff, all the way to Encinitas, which is like maybe 3 miles. So they walk about 6 miles each day, and Pitty and I would hang or surf or do whatever. And then we had the film festival in the evening. So it was
film
awesome.
festival?
Yeah, we're there for the Salento Film Festival. So they have 3 nights of surf films. And the last night they had a really big feature film with the kid who just was runner-up in the world title, Colin Calapinto. Amazing film called Trilogy. And so the guy that we hang out with, Taylor Steele's a world-famous surf cinematographer from when we were kids. And so this old movie theater's been there for 50 years, and so many movies have been premiered there. So it's a really, really fun weekend. And we met, some incredible people. I was saying Sherry O'Terry, the Will Ferrell SNL Spartan cheerleader girl. It was hilarious. The funniest, most genuine individual. She's so cool.
You get a chance to hang out with her a little bit?
We had lunch with her for 3 hours.
Oh, really?
She sat across the table from Kendall, and they started getting into jokes. And I went to the bathroom. I came back. They were crying, makeup running down their face.
Nice.
It was awesome. We
And
had so much
Dan,
fun.
and I'm glad that one Diaco was responsible because the other two tried to kill each other.
What
this
did they
weekend.
do this weekend?
You didn't hear?
They were
Pile
exercising.
5.
So Steve's out doing his own thing, and Dan is on his bike thinking he's Lance Armstrong, and he sees Steve, and Steve's and Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, but it'll be probably funnier if I tell the story and then you intermit the truth. So Dan is on his bike because he thinks he's Lance Armstrong, and he decides to go get behind Steve.
Steve's actually running.
Trying.
I
Is he running the
actually
dog?
saw Steven run.
Run, then walk.
I hadn't seen it in 30 years.
Run, then walk. He's just trying to, do his thing. He's all by himself. He's is Dan? I'm assuming is it in the Bayshore area?
Yes, it's on Bayshore. He's coming. He's heading back towards his house. Jay.
Yeah.
He's
How far?
3
Avril?
blocks from his. No, the other way.
Okay.
So no, the Avril way, but past.
Where you got in the car accident?
Right about that area. Right
See how
about
I have
that
all these
area.
little places?
These landmarks. This is where you broke your wrist.
Exactly. Is that
This is
the
where you
word
got a
broken?
concussion.
So
Hit by the car?
Steve's just in his own little world, and he's kind of running, then he kind of walks, he's kind of running. Well, Dan, he rolls up on him with the bike, and Dan pulls up the Rocky soundtrack and
On his phone.
and on his phone, which sounds like crap, and yeah.
I'm playing this.
And so he's
So I'm just playing it just like that off my phone, about 5 feet behind him, and coasting with my bike, so he can hear it, but he doesn't react except runs a little faster. for like 30 seconds.
That's what all Italian people do when they hear that
When they
song.
hear that, absolutely. But the weird thing is that like he doesn't investigate the source of the sound.
Well, Steve
He
never
just
investigates nothing.
He just keeps
makes
running.
Jay do it.
It's the sound in my head.
So
He
so
thought it
hold
was
on.
in his head.
And here's the deal. Now, mind you, Dan, when he's on his bike, one thing people must try to figure out or understand is that, Dan, your legs are locked, your feet are locked into your pedals.
Yes.
So it might have been less of a mishap had you just been on a regular bike and you could have easily taken off your feet and grabbed yourself. But you have to unlock yourself, so to speak. So he gets behind Steven and he starts playing this stupid ass Rocky music. Finally, Steve doesn't really understand what's going on, and he goes to turn around to see what the music is. And they kind of laugh a little bit. And Steve's like, "What are you doing out here?" And Dan's like, "What are you doing out here? Good to see you. Glad to see you're working out, blah, blah." And Steve runs right into just freshly trimmed limb log on the tree.
Well, so someone trimmed the branch off the tree and left the stump right at like forehead height for Steven.
No.
And he walks into it, and he crumbles to the ground like he just got punched by Tyson.
Yeah.
And it knocks him down,
Straight
down. And then I run into him because I'm going, right behind him.
And Dan runs over. And then Dan runs over him.
And then gets stuck between like this tree and the transformer, like the one's about 2 blocks from our house. That big green one.
Yes.
And that tree.
Yes.
Right. That's where it happened.
Yeah.
And then were you still clipped in?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I couldn't get my foot out. I couldn't get my foot out
like
at first.
An idiot.
So I twisted my knee. I finally got it out.
Hold on. Poor Steve can't even go for a run walk. Can't go for a run walk. Dan can't go for a regular bike ride without those two just by chance finding each other on the trail. And Dan didn't run into anybody all day. Steve didn't hit any trees all day until they get together.
This is coming a week after I said to Steven on Tuesday that I now consider him a high-risk fall patient because last week, while walking and running briskly, because you don't even call it jogging, we'll call it briskly walking, he was doing it with Rocco Diaco, who is
the dog.
Bella's desert dog.
Yes,
Right.
so he thinks a good idea.
Bella's
to run.
desert, a rough around the edges dog.
It's a mutt that has a little bit of everything that doesn't listen to you.
Right.
So he's running.
Could turn on you at any time.
And if it sees something, it's like Doug from Up. Squirrel!
Yeah.
So he's running and it sees a squirrel and it literally cuts him off. And so he had to do a stop, drop, and roll and had a fall last week. So this is 2 falls in the last week. And then
Like a
before that, he
toddler.
fell on his bike with Krista a month ago.
Oh my God.
He's going to start hurting himself. What happened to this one,
Too
Dan?
late.
He's limited himself to like padded yoga with a spotter.
So
Not
anyway,
even hot yoga.
that's the two things
He'll
that
burn himself on hot yoga.
that your brothers got into. So Dan,
Is there a mark on his head?
I go to ask AI on my phone app, and I type in write a bio. You guys can see it on my screen. Write a bio for Bubba the Love Sponge. Now I'm thinking that this is a topic that I know a lot is
Yeah, you have fairly good fun of knowledge on this one.
And so I read it, and we might read it here, but it really is pretty damn good. It's pretty damn good.
There's enough public content out there that AI should have a good.
But it's how they put it together and stuff. So Bubba the Love Sponge, born Todd Allen Clem. Now listen, again, this was completely you can see the only question that I asked up top.
Did you edit it at all?
No, I've not touched it.
Not one word.
Not one word.
And was this the first time you asked the question?
This was the first question that I've ever asked this app ever.
Okay.
Write a bio for Bubba the Love Sponge. Bubba the Love Sponge, born Todd Allen Clem, April 23rd, 1966, is an American radio personality and entertainer known for his dynamic and often controversial career in broadcasting. With a larger-than-life personality and a unique, no-holds-barred approach, Bubba has become a significant impact on the radio industry. I could not have written.
I wrote that.
I could have not written it better.
No, that's perfect.
Even when I had a PR, Elise Brown, who was my PR agent, you couldn't have. That's concise. It's pro-me. It's hailing from Warsaw, Indiana. Bubba began his broadcasting journey in the late 80s, working at several radio stations across the country. However, it was the mid-90s when he rose to prominence with the Bubba the Love Sponge show, broadcasting out of Tampa, Florida. Bubba quickly gained attention for his provocative and uncensored content, pushing the boundaries of traditional radio.
That could be the first 2 paragraphs of an opening statement.
Perfect.
Literally.
Perfect.
Yep.
Bubba's show became known for its mix of irreverent, yeah, humor, controversial discussions, and outrageous stunts.
Correct.
Perfect. He fearlessly tackled taboo topics, engaged in candid and often heated debates, and interviewed an array of guests from various backgrounds. This unfiltered approach both attracted a devout fan base and generated significant controversy throughout his career.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. Despite facing numerous challenges and controversies, Bubba the Love Sponge has remained a resilient figure in the radio industry. His charisma and unapologetic nature have helped him build a loyal following over the years. Bubba's ability to connect with his listeners and create compelling and often polarizing content has solidified his position as a permanent voice in the entertainment world.
Yeah. I like that.
Dan, just as much as I don't want to believe in this AI stuff, bitch, I mean, Bubba the Love Sponge, could have not written this any better than this.
No, it's really impressive.
Beyond his radio work, Bubba has dabbled in other forms of media. He's ventured into the realm of professional
wrestling.
Wrestling.
It should have said at one point, though, it should have said the Bubba Army there. I mean, it should have said Bubba Army in that last paragraph. That's my only criticism
Price
when
said
it talked about the loyal people.
His listeners considered Bubba Army. Okay?
Yeah, we've built a loyal listener base of the whatever.
He ventured, but you could see where you could take this and make a few little edits and just have.
One tweak.
What would take you an hour to come up with yourself, you could come up fix in 4 minutes.
Yep.
He ventured into the realm of professional wrestling, where he made appearances and even hosted his own television show. Bubba has also written a book, this isn't true. Bubba has also written a book sharing his experiences and insights of his unique career. But I do have a documentary coming out.
But you could, so you delete that out you call it a red line.
Right.
You get a red pen out,
Right.
Bubba, you add the word Bubba Army to one sentence, and you red line that sentence, and perfect so far.
While Bubba the Love Sponge's career has been marked by controversy and legal battles, he has undeniably left an indelible mark on the radio industry. His bold and unfiltered style has paved the way for other shock jocks and unconventional radio personalities. Whether you love him or loathe him, there is no denying that Bubba the Love Sponge has left an undeniable imprint on the world of broadcasting.
And he's 4 now.
Can you believe that?
Pretty amazing.
Now, Dan, I put this. Now, I don't know if this is correct.
You
or
about
not.
Dan?
Yeah, just see how accurate. I don't think it's that accurate.
No.
Write a bio about Dr. Dan Diaco, and so that's all I did, and it came up with this Filipino doctor that's like with infectious disease.
Does I look Filipino?
So I put then write a bio about Dan Diaco, the plastic surgeon from Tampa, Florida. Dr. Dan is a highly respected and renowned plastic surgeon based in Tampa, Florida. So far, good.
Yep.
With over 2 decades of experience in the field, Dr. Dan has established himself as a leading expert in cosmetic and reconstructive surgery.
It's really nearly 3 decades.
He is known for his exceptional surgical skills, artistic eye, and commitment to providing personalized care to each patient. I mean, Dan,
that's pretty
tweak
awesome.
that up a little bit, man, and put. I mean, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know if this is factual.
It's not.
Dr. Diaco completed his undergraduate studies from the University of South Florida. I think that was
Duke.
Yeah.
Medical degree.
Where he graduated with honors. He went on to earn his medical degree from the University of Florida College of Medicine.
That's correct.
Following medical school, Dr. Diaco completed a comprehensive residency program in general surgery at the prestigious University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center in Dallas.
Nope. LSU, New Orleans.
But it's correct. If it's just wrong university, you could just put in LSU.
Right. You could just put in, driven by his passion for plastic surgery, Dr. Diaco pursued further specialized training through a fellowship in plastic and reconstruction surgery at the renowned Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota.
Nope. USF Tampa, Florida.
Mm-hmm.
During this time, he gained extensive experience in a wide range of cosmetic procedures, including breast augmentation, facelifts, rhinoplasty, liposuction, and tummy tucks. As a board-certified plastic surgeon, Dr. Diaco is committed in staying at the forefront of advancements in his field. He regularly attends national and international conferences and workshops to expand his knowledge and refine his techniques. This dedication of continuing education allows him to offer his patients the most innovative and effective treatments available. Dan, like this.
See, but that's generic. You can put any plastic surgeon in there. I mean, but it's good.
I know.
But that's way more generic than what yours came out.
Right. Blah, blah, blah.
You know, that's just like
You're
doctor.
a teacher. He's a professor at the
He
University
was.
of South Florida.
Dan was, actually.
So hold
They
on.
put it in there.
In addition to his private practice, Dr. Diaco is already is actively involved in teaching
formerly
and mentoring aspiring plastic surgeon. He serves as a clinical advisor professor at the University of South Florida College of Medicine and has been recognized for his contributions to. I mean, you're not doing that now, but you did that.
Yeah, add the word formerly. Mm-hmm. So a couple tweaks.
I mean,
it's a little more generic, but it's pretty. I mean, it's workable.
It's pretty damn good.
But Bubba, you have a lot of stuff printed about you in the media.
That's the difference.
And I don't have a lot of articles printed about me and my career in the media. I think that's one of the differences. That's like based off of websites and things like
I know,
that.
but man, they throw it all together and it's pretty damn good.
It's organized and it's cohesive. It's easy to follow. And it's it's
very
90% accurate, and just with the little tweaks, it's easy to make it my own.
Yeah. So
yours is pretty remarkable because it's really compiling all the public information out there available, and it put a really positive spin on it. So I mean, with yours, I was blown away by how it was very accurate and
it was very
complimentary. It was.
Yeah,
I mean, I liked it.
Yeah, it's not troll based. It's
no, that's right.
It's.
Now I wonder if you said, "Give me a negative bio about Bubba," what would it say?
Rhett was trying to chime in. I guess he used it for his.
Oh, Rhett, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't have. Usually I have you on. Sorry.
Came up with Oliver Anthony.
No, you're good. I had used it for my bio on the website too. ChatGPT. I use it probably 5 to 10 times a day here at work.
Really?
Do you really?
Yeah, it's really handy.
Well,
Just for the tedious stuff,
Right.
like writing a description for a video or filling out tags for a video, stuff like that. It's a really big help with.
Now, do you run the video through it and then it will determine what to write for it? Or
No, I just type in the title of the video. I'll usually say write a description for a video about Bubba, Big Buck, and Lummy go fishing in the pond to survey the fish. Stuff like that, and then it usually spits out a pretty good general prompt. But stuff like that, the way that it types it is really good for the YouTube algorithm. They love those keywords.
Could I type in? Write me something about like describe what Dan and Steve went through, and then would it?
If you give it enough detail, yeah. Sometimes you got to really spoon feed it, but as long as you give it the details you want it to include, it'll lay it out pretty well for you.
Could you give that recording of the story that Danny and Bubba just told me, and then have it come up? Would it be able to like take that and make a story? Like Bubba said, tell
Like
me
the
what happened
audio?
to Dan and Steve. Could it do that?
I don't know. That's one thing I was asking that we're trying to work out is that we run a show. We run. Here's what I'm wishing we could maybe do with this one day, and maybe I shouldn't be talking about this on the air or not.
But no, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, but that is like Jay. Find some type of software. I know it has to be out there where you run like 10 or 15 of my shows through it.
Right.
And they learn the characters. They learn. It learns everybody, and then you tell them, make me a show about Bubba and the crew, pontificating immigration.
What everyone is saying we should be in fear of, which is like an Eminem song being made because they have all the Eminem recordings. Like, how does that happen, Rhett? Like, could you put 10 of his shows in there?
The stuff that you hear where it's like, oh, this is a Drake song, but Drake never wrote it or anything like that. There's usually a human element in those. Like, a guy has to record a voice sample of himself singing those words in the rhythm of that song, right? He has to a certain degree, he has to produce a beat for that song, but you can get a voice synthesis model, which can take that stuff and then just put somebody's voice on top of it. We've gotten prank calls on the sports show from Ben Shapiro because someone found out how to use one of those and like calls the show, as Joe from Brooklyn or whatever. But
do they have software now where we could run, 20 of my regular shows through it, and it picks up who's who, and then you tell it to produce a program about how we would feel about,
4 topics.
I don't think it's quite that good yet, no.
You can do that with writings because we're starting to apply it to. There's a software system that will allow you to start compiling documents. And basically, I said, when can AI do what I do? Which is, I want AI to be able to look at a deposition and be able to look at interrogatory answers and be able to look at various parts of a file, put them all together, like you're saying, Bubba. And so where's the inconsistencies? Where's the consistencies? Because I had a meeting with the AI people for the law firm. And I peppered them so much with so many questions that they realized that for me, AI is useless for what I do. You know, I mean, write me a generic brief about something. We're literally getting stuff that is the wrong law, the wrong statute of limitations. So as far as like my application, very limited at this point. And it sounds like it's super limited for you too, Bubba. You can't get your video, audio content in there.
You can't be replaced by AI, Bubba.
Thank God.
And right now, neither can Jay and neither can I.
Nope. Until they can get someone that can be clever on their feet. Now, that AI robot, now that scares me.
No, but hold on. I think I'm the most replaceable because, Dan, you can't get I don't think you could get a robot to do a breast dog.
No, and you can't get robots to be really funny.
You can't get robots to argue in court.
Hold on. Yes, you can. If you run enough funny stuff through it.
You can't even get a robot to do your voice correctly, though, because we had someone who did that voice AI thing a couple months ago, and they called in, and you heard it, and it was pretty good, but you could definitely tell it wasn't you.
But still, again, there's probably... I've never heard anybody be able to do my voice dead on.
No.
Never.
No.
And I've never seen any computer base be really funny spontaneously. Sorry, I've never seen it.
I know, but if
humor is so
I think AI
subjective.
AI is only as good as the information that you give it.
100%.
So if you give it, if every time we had a show, you then gave that show, you ran it through AI. And it learned and learned and learned and learned and learned. You know,
you think AI could be funny?
I think AI
probably eventually.
I think
this is just the tip of the iceberg.
I think AI eventually you could say, okay, I'd like a 60-minute show about Bubba and his co-host talking about abortion, gun control, and it goes back and it listens to all of us and all the times that we've talked about this. And our stances on it, and all this kind of deal, and I think it could spit something out.
So you can have it. There's probably two parts to do that the most effective way as of right now. You can do that in writing. You can tell it to write a script for a podcast between these people about this topic for this long, and it'll do that. And then you'll probably have to record that and then put it into an AI voice model, which will sound clunky. But if you go through the process of recording it in a studio, then you're already in the studio and you might as well do a podcast about that topic. So it's like
no one can do your voice because it's heavily compressed and you sound totally different off the show, Bubba. Right. My voice is not highly compressed. It's not highly processed or anything like that. I have a different inflection when I'm on the air.
Inflection
is an important part of your articulation.
No, but what I'm saying is when I'm not on the air, I speak a little lazier. I don't project
you don't
punch
sound much difference.
Or punch up or push my voice like I do on the air.
Well, no one does.
But I don't. My voice can't be emulated because I don't know that anybody can sound like me.
Nope. So last night on the way home, I was watching something on YouTube about AI. And so what Red is using is ChatGPT version 1. What they have, like the military has ChatGPT version 3. And this was the guy that was discussing it. And he said that right now, ChatGPT is like the equivalent of 155 IQ. And that Einstein had 160 IQ. And so we're almost at the very, very tippy top of the human experience with what we have now.
Trey
the
Bill,
tippy top.
Trey Bill, $50 on the PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. We're winding up the month, so we appreciate it.
But will it be funny?
So hold on a second. But let me just finish real quick. Sorry, 2 seconds. So they said that in the next 2 years, there'll be ChatGPT 4, which will be tenfold smarter than this version, and then ChatGPT version 5, all within the next 2 years, which will be tenfold smarter than that. And so they're saying it's going to be like How many is that, Dan? You do numbers much better than me, but it's going to be like the equivalent of 100,000 times smarter than the human being ever was.
Well, I use GPT 3.5 right now, and GPT 4 is only $20 a month. It's still in beta. But Jay is right. Like, there is a much more advanced version of this that is being utilized by the powers that be.
Yeah.
Well, humor, back to what Dan was talking about, humor is... It's all about nuance, right? And I feel like nuance would be a lot harder to write code for than like general sort of actions. You know, tell us about this. Tell us about George Washington. Boom. But with humor, it's all about like the little tiny things. So I feel like that will come with time.
The comedic timing.
It's gonna be uncanny comedy for the next like 5-10 years, I think.
Yeah, but just
because that human element, like Anna said, the nuances, some of the delivery, stuff like that, it takes a lot of work.
But listen, there's big radio companies now that are just straight talk up. If you're just talking about what's happening in the community and you're just introing songs and giving out information and not, hey, a lot of radio personalities are not supposed to be funny. You're not supposed to get a one-liner or a little joke or be naughty or nasty or insinuate or double entendre, anything like that. They're supposed to just be like, this is, coming up later today, blah, 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 blah. And I can see where a lot of radio personalities, just your standard liner jocks, they're currently, they will continue to be, and they are currently being replaced by AI, aren't they? I mean,
that job is dead.
iHeart's big on AI. In fact, my former boss and still very good life friend, Mark Chase, is heading up the iHeart AI division, where they're going to have the afternoon drive guy on their classic rock station in Pittsburgh, WDVE, might just be an AI guy.
Right.
If he's just talking about
pay him.
WDVE, Pittsburgh's #1 rock station. Steelers dropped one last night. Don't forget they play such and such this coming Sunday at 1:00 for your opportunity to win tickets. Be the 10th phone caller right now at blah, 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 blah. And, of course, Led Zeppelin by request for our great friends in some stupid-ass suburb on WDVE.
What do you think that's going to do for royalties moving forward for a lot of these talents? Because some of the AI models so far that these radio stations are using are just voices of people who are already there.
That's
like
a lot of what
AI
the strike's
Ashley
about.
was that first one that we really heard about. And I don't know if that girl just sits at home now or does stuff in the office. But if you give up that much access to something like your voice, hopefully you're getting paid and you're not getting hosed by these companies, right?
now, Rhett.
I don't think that AI necessarily has to be modeled after. I think you can just put female and continue to tweak her, much like Siri or Alexa or something like that.
If you're building if I'm not mistaken, if you're building an AI voice model the way that they have that runs as often as it does, they need a baseline so they can use it day one.
All right, well,
they took a bunch of her audio.
Actually, I'm a SAG-AFTRA member. I'm a card-carrying SAG.
I am too.
Are you still on strike?
And
they are. But one of the reasons is this right here, because
Jay's right there. One of their big hiccups right now on settling this strike is this particular topic.
Because once they have their voice that they own from that production, they're saying, oh, we can use it forever. And the people are saying, no, you can't, because you can't just reproduce my voice and repurpose it and create some other content with something that I gave you authority to use in the past. And so it actually makes sense, that part. They're also talking about extras who have been used in movies, and they have like the image of them. And so now you can fill the Coliseum with one extra, and you don't need to use all the extras like you did in Gladiator.
Talking about, you just superimpose them.
You can superimpose crowds, you can superimpose all these things. And so a lot of these people who are striking are the line actors that are doing the little tiny parts that are going to be
Till we can superimpose, mybookie.com, Monday Night Football.
We need to get back up since
look how bad it is.
Our account, Dr. Dan.
Dan, I was up to $119,000. Well, it wasn't Babyface, because I think Babyface left and we were at 99,000. I just went on a real bad cold streak.
Well, we were at what, 139?
I just meant with gambling, by the way.
What's that, Lummy?
We were at what, 139, 140?
Yeah.
Bubba was way up there when we were quiet that one day.
It's catching up to us now, Lummy. MyBookie.com. Use promo code Bubba. And don't forget Monday Night Football tonight, and any prop bet or any bet at all. Let me see. Oh, I guess I got to stand. I thought. Am I going to win this one?
You are.
Oh no, got beat on that one too.
They pull 4 cards there.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because they were showing 1 or 11. I think it was.
Start with a fresh deck.
I think I am starting with a fresh.
Yeah, if he just started it.
All right, so we got Rain Dan. We got Rain Dan.
Yeah, we got Rain Dan.
Damn, I mean, we got to hit Dad, don't we? I mean,
Yeah, I said it. Yeah.
Card. Oh boy.
14. I mean, you got to hit
with this 10 showing. You should hit it.
Hit.
Objectively.
There we go.
Oh, there you go.
Nice.
No, I mean,
Still got a 20.
Yeah.
Don't be a 20. There we go.
Nice.
Oh.
Dan, look how many high
Nice.
cards are still out there. A lot of 10s out there, Bubba, still.
All right, let me see here. By the way, mybookie.com. Use promo code Bubba for all the prop bets, teasers, parlays, money line, college, pro. It doesn't matter. Dan, 14.
The deck's a positive 2 right now, so there's a higher chance of a face card coming out. Yeah. So it's double-edged sword though, because you got to assume he's got a 17. You only got a 14, so you should probably hit yours.
Because if he's got a 17, he didn't have to hit.
Knowing it's going to be a high card, maybe.
Nice.
20.
Oh, look at that!
Look at that!
Look at that!
Dan, that was a good hit.
Danny, Lummy, we win with Danny.
I know, we always do.
Dan, plus what now?
Still plus 2.
It's plus 2 still.
Now it's plus. It's plus 4. There's a high chance of a break card, so I would not hit that because chances are a 10's coming out.
And he's got a 16.
He's got a 10.
16.
He's got a
He's got
16.
a 16. He's going to hit it. And you let him have the face card. So
Yes.
16. 17, even better. Oh.
That was a very dude. How many 10s are left? There's gonna be lots of 10s coming.
Trading
Insurance,
blackjacks.
Insurance.
I would have maybe bought it.
All right.
Lucky there.
Do you stand on this, Danny?
No, you hit that with an ace. You're never gonna win.
There
you go.
All right,
nice.
Now he's got a high chance of that being a 10.
Look at that.
Look at that.
God
Dan, how many face
More
cards
low
and
cards.
10s are
I know.
left?
It's plus like 3 or 4 now. Plus 4. Just
saw
not,
15.
Plus 3.
Do you hit it, Danny?
Saw 15?
Saw 15 with the 10 showing. You absolutely
You
hit
have
it.
to hit that.
All right, hold on.
Take a small card. Dang.
There you go. You got nice
15 with the 10 showing. It's controversial, and actually,
It's controversial. Hold on.
Your card count's down to almost 0 right now, so it's not a high instance of another face card.
So you stand?
No,
You hit.
You hit.
Oh my God.
Dan's
man.
always right.
Yep.
Dan is always right because
And
he's
he
a
had
card
17.
counter.
We would have lost.
He's a card because he's a
Lummy,
card
you and I
counter. He
lost.
is, ladies and gentlemen.
Nice.
How much are you betting on these hands?
5,000.
5,000.
Okay.
Fake money.
Shut up, Anna.
What?
By the way, if you have a problem with gambling addiction,
By the way,
that's
you're
a
doing
tough
this with the
one.
worst two cards you've ever. Everyone's been to 12.
1-888 admit it. There's always help for you. 1-888 admit it. My particular
it's a
website
20.
I'm at
You
is
gotta
at
hit that one.
mybookie. Mybookie.com. Use promo code Bubba.
You know it's a 20.
Dan, you got to hit it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you
Dan
have
hit?
to.
Yes, hit.
Hot damn!
Oh my God, Danny.
Quit while you're ahead.
Yeah,
No, there's all 10s coming out.
Yeah, it's all going to be high
All that's
cards.
going to be is face cards and
one more,
10s.
one
I know
more,
there's
one
no
more,
face
one
cards
more,
at all.
Last one, and we're going into words. Okay.
That's not good, Jay.
Oh.
He's got a 12-2. Hold, stay.
Dan, stand.
Mm-hmm.
Let's hope 2 big cards come out. 12.
There it is.
22.
Watch.
There we
Boom!
go.
That's what
Oh
we're
my
waiting on,
God,
Lummy.
Dan!
Yeah, keep going. There's all 10s coming out.
Dan!
It's all going to be high cards.
There's only been, what, 1 ace showed?
Ace? There's 2 aces.
No, did 2 aces come out?
Double
that.
Double down.
Should be another one. There we go.
Yes.
20. 20. Oh,
Oh,
Was that a
push.
push?
That would have been what, $20,000 or no, $10,000?
What are you up to now? What does it say at the bottom?
94.
I'm at 94,000, and I was at what, 69,000?
69, yep.
Yeah.
Lots of 20s coming out.
17, 12. Oh, man.
You got to hit that, don't you?
With a
Let's see the
6 showing?
No, because
I would not hit that because you're due for a 10.
Yeah, that's 16.
You're due for a 10.
13, 23. Oh.
It's just bad luck. One more time.
One more.
One more?
Yeah.
This is our
'cause you're
last
the
one.
Yep.
MyBookie.com, promo code Bubba. Get locked in for Monday Night Football tonight. Bucks, Eagles.
Blackjack.
Oh.
Still,
So you stay there.
stand.
15,
25.
20,
20.
and he wins.
Oh, yeah, we're out. Dang it.
I told you to walk 2 hands ago.
You did?
I have a question. Okay. Did they just pull a big job on the system?
This is nice.
Bubba the Love Sponge returns after this.
Get that to Woody, Lummy.
Will do.
And how's Steven's head? Is he like a big
He looks like Gorbachev.
Oh God! And dude, did he take it like a hit? Like I mean,
Did he?
that'll compression your head. I think that might go
talking and walk outside
like full speed walking.
Full speed walking. He wasn't running. He didn't run. He just walked in.
No stitches. Sardine.
Joe,
See, guys.
we'll do restart zone. You guys know where that's at.
GSXRs, KCs,
These things all ass.
CBRs out there. Look at all the race cars right here.
I don't know.
Spin. Yellow, turn 4. Turn 4 and wow. And a pile up. Records.
Right here on the front straightaway.
So this is that lunch.
This next race. Tell him to get off your next class. No winner circle.
So to bypass the victory lane time for this one, we will certainly issue the check of the trophy. We're going to go right into the thunder stocks here, ladies and gentlemen.
To the outside pole. Well, to the new one sent.
That was at the Aaliyah, which is I guess right at the top.
69A and 55E for my fourth row. Save yourself a lot. Two. Thanks, appreciate it. Sorry, I can only went two. Something broke up. Yeah, let me know. Right here. It's so much right here. 5 8 and then 9.
It's funny.
118 and then 23.
So the dad.
Okay. It's just like that.
That's why I called it. But just, Larry, tell me on the track who you want to move around. Second row is 5 8 and 9. The second row is. Yeah, let me know. Right here. Right here. 5 8 and then 9.
Where were they?
Ocean Private.
Of course. So they do it up.
No, I just think it's
Easy for life, what's up? Jay Kostika, what's going on?
Joe, what up, buddy? Morning, Big Longer.
Let's see.
DDP for life. Holy Oak Joe. What up, everybody? Napa Mike. Jay Roller. What up? Trooper Lips and Poodle Ballin'. Everybody. What up? Thank you, Holy Oak Joe. What up, Steve, the grumpy old man?
Carlsbad. Yeah.
Carlsbad's I like the whole area. I love it.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah. What up, NC Surf? No, not this week.
It's
but I
so
would like
nice.
To be.
I have so many fond memories.
It's just still that I imagine because it doesn't look like much has changed. It's still the same little quaint place that it was. It reminds me a lot of Ocean City, New Jersey, because you know if you blink, you drive right through Encinitas. It's like 2 stoplights or whatever.
Lucretia is like a small beach town of Encinitas.
Right, just a little north of it, right? And it's like where the shops are kind of like right on the beach, close. So it's really cool. I love it. Yeah, it's rad.
Encinitas is really nice. I was there last time I was there.
Unity 17.
I went to Torrey Pines.
Then 212. 200 here. Yeah, the girls love to walk. What up, baby? Dan Wiz.
The best.
Yeah, his Zerpies.
It's crazy how close we are to Tijuana.
Sicilian Redneck. What up, buddy? Yeah, I mean, I have such a fondness for it, and so I was just trying to get my wife to understand the whole thing. You know, because I've been going there like 5 years now, and she hasn't been able to go, and so she got it. She's like,
she gets it now.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's just on our way home. She's like, I feel like you're relaxed when you come home because you don't do anything there. She's like, you don't worry anything about anything.
Yeah.
Like, exactly right. What up, Heather Spin Instructor? What up, Steve? Permgrom. everybody doing?
What's up,
I'm the fat pig.
Okay, thanks, Jason.
Right back at you, Permadrome. Everything's good. Ironically, it was better waves here than California.
Yeah.
Did you see a video of the guy with the hoodie trying to go into a DC restaurant and getting rejected? And he was like, well, what if I were a senator? She goes, doesn't matter what your occupation is, you're not allowed in here unless we have a dress code.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
Yeah.
It's like a very famous DC restaurant that
Oh,
all
is
the
it?
politicians go to.
Yeah.
Swanky place. I can't find it. No fentanyl zombies on the beach, but there are about 5 miles off the beach. It's weird.
Yeah, downtown San Diego.
It's funny, they don't allow that they don't allow that in Cardiff and these places. There's a little bit of van life in the parking lot, but then they make them go away. You know, they can hang out for like 12 or 15 hours, but they're like cleared out at night. Some places those vans just take over forever.
Oh, I know. They're even, yeah, growing up. There's a reason.
You're hearing the world through his prism.
You got a sick and twisted world perspective.
That's almost a challenge for me now.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
It's gotten back to me that Howard might have been chatting about us.
Yeah.
A little bit ago, yeah. Probably about me going to Ronnie's wedding.
Oh, nice.
I'm sure you'll get the lowdown on me soon.
Do you know what it's about?
Probably me going to Ronnie's wedding.
Yep. Good, negative, or positive?
I'm going.
Oh, just about going. Okay.
Yeah. So let me on Saturday nights at the track, and Jay's familiar with this because he races, but there's a race director.
And I'm familiar with your track.
And you're familiar with my track. And so the race director is basically running the entire show.
Oh, nice.
You are talking and running you're talking to the race car drivers. You're talking to the flagmen. You're talking to the infield crew, the wrecker teams, and you're talking to scoring. Scoring's in the same tower you are. Scoring is right to my right. And then Joe Dirt, my announcer, is to my left. And then I got two radios. One radio that goes to the cars, to the guys in the race cars with their little earbuds and their little race receivers. And then another radio that goes to my track crew. Like when we got a caution in turn 4, I'm like, turn 4. So a lot of people aren't familiar with behind the scenes and how racing and multiply, my little dirt track by, probably 4 or 5 with big time sanctioning bodies as to how they have a couple different race directors. They'll have a couple.
It's a big deal. It's a big job, like in Formula One. It's a huge job because you're in charge of all the safety of the driver and like you're saying. But I don't think people appreciate it. Like the drivers rely on you.
So here is, and on lineup and everything. So here's just a quick little example, Lummy, of me race directing on Saturday night. I put the head mount on my head and went live on Facebook.
Nice.
And I don't know if people liked it or not, or you could even understand what I was doing, but here's a little excerpt of it. Here, these are the V8 Thunder stocks, and we're getting ready to start the race here.
118 and then 23.
Okay, that's just like you got it.
That's why I called it.
Tell them this.
So I'm in charge.
Larry, tell me on the track.
Now, Larry's my head scorer. Larry and Karen, and they're my head scorers. And so I have to tell these guys how to line up.
And that's your flag worker right in front of you, right?
Yep.
With the Sunoco shirt on.
That's my flag guy right in front of me. I'm talking to him too.
So is that start-finish line?
Yeah, that's start-finish line, yes.
Okay.
Second row is 5H and 9.
The second row is the 5H and 9.
I'm on my radio.
Second row is the 5H and 9.
Telling them where to place themselves.
Right.
23W.
Third row is 118, 23W.
Fourth row is 69A, 55E.
69A and 55E for my fourth row.
Fifth row, 41, 5W.
Fifth row, 41, 5W.
Sixth row, 1, 08E.
Now, so you can see the cars let me move into their spot.
6 row 1.
OAE.
OEB.
William Edwards.
Hey, go ahead.
And by the way, one-eyed Billy thought I was calling him, and he said, hey, yeah, go ahead. But I really was not. I was calling the car out.
This is a clusterfuck.
Oh, well, hold on.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it gets a little irritating when they're not listening to you, and you're trying to get this race in.
You've got like 5 rows already. You've got the
Jesus.
41 and the 5W.
They're not listening real well, are they?
No, they're
Bubba?
not. They don't
Look at
listen. They don't listen.
Row 2's got one car.
I said, let's just go.
Let's just go.
There's that car right here.
Okay, there's row 2, row 3.
That looks pretty good right there.
And they gotta tighten it up back
There
there.
Let's tighten them up and go.
$69.99.
All right. Tighten the back up, and let's go.
All right, here we go. Lights are down. We're going to go live coming out of 4.
Turn 4, guys. 20 laps, 20 minutes. 20 laps in 20 minutes. Hopefully we do better than the last class. Turn 4 on the flagman. Thank you, guys.
See, that's me talking to him over the little radio deal.
That last race got us behind. What time is it?
It's only 9:38.
Yeah. We started the other one like at 8:30, remember?
All right, we're getting ready
What
to
time did we start the mod lights?
This is where the chaos starts, when they're getting ready to start, all bunched up together here. By the way, this is on our Facebook page if you'd like to go watch it.
It's like 9.
We're getting ready to go green.
Here we go, ladies
Green,
and
green,
gentlemen. Ironman Series number 4 at Bubba Raceway Park.
This is where usually the calamity corner happens. Everybody
Turn
going
one?
into turn 1. I mean, look at how many cars are trying to go into that one spot. But they all got through it.
3 wide and look who's rising to the top. It's a Staudinger show and it's Jason Campbell. Campbell up front.
Big field.
Oh, you're sped. Here we go. Off the call.
Yellow. Turn 1. Yellow.
Are those
So
street
Cody
stops?
Allen does the 180 spin. 98.
98 to the rear. 98 to the rear. 21, you're my leader. I'll give you guys the rest of the lineup. We'll fill them in. Who's second? 9?
I'm missing a car.
9.
9, show me high or low. Show me high or low, 9.
And then, Jay, we got a thing here that right at this pole is a big red pole. You can't see it because the flagman is right in the way, but there's a big red pole with a cone on it. Now, most tracks, upon all restarts after the first start, they'll go ahead and start coming out of turn 4.
Mm-hmm.
But I have what they call a restart zone. So anytime after this area right here where this pole is, the leader can start the race anywhere he wants, from here clear all the way around to turn 4. It keeps everybody on their toes, and it also allows people to pass too, way earlier. So this takes a long time to get all sorted.
Lights down.
And I've been in one of those cars with your son. It's way faster than it looks on
Lights
video.
down,
This is
restart.
deceiving.
Here we go. I'm telling them, lights down, restart zone.
Zone in effect. 21. 1 lap down. 1 lap down.
Oh, yeah. It's great. It actually looks nice.
So you'll see the restart zone right here.
But that many cars.
So from here,
That's a pretty big field.
from right there on,
He can start?
he can start anytime he wants. Oh, he started too.
They're gonna boom.
Yeah.
Is that Ivan at the 21?
Yes.
Big pile up, yeah.
Yellow.
All right, so that's me race directing. If you want to go watch it further, go to our Facebook page. That's where it's at. Did you see? I think Anna got this to me last week, and we're gonna send a satellite to the sun. Mm-hmm. Doesn't that seem like it would just? I mean, that has to be made out of some pretty tough ass materials, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, how can we go to the? I mean, I didn't know that. I didn't think you could send anything to the sun.
What did I send you?
This. It's going to take like 7 years to get there or 3 years to get there.
NASA's Parker Solar Probe lifted off early Sunday morning from a pad at Cape Canaveral in Florida. The probe will travel faster than any craft ever has on a mission to explore the sun's atmosphere. Michael Cowan from our partners at BBC News has a look.
Hey, I don't need to go to the sun to tell you about the atmosphere. Guess what it is? Hot. Hot. Hot as hell.
2, 1, 0. Liftoff.
Into the night and on its way to touch the sun.
A daring mission to shed light on the mysteries of our closest star, the sun.
Let me. Somebody sent me a video. See if you can find it. All right. But before all launches, and I'm sure that a lot of people know about this, but I never knew about it. But before launches, they dump 1 million gallons of water on the launch pad. Because and it's like this system that this big system that comes from this big pipe above the launch pad, and it dumps 1 million gallons in about 10 seconds, completely floods the entire area of where they're going to launch. Because think about, I mean, like, let me just back it up a little bit. Think about.
Is that just to prevent the cement from melting or cracking up or breaking?
I think it's to prevent everything like that. So watch this.
2, 1.
Think about how hot, if they didn't wet all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
0.
And that's during every launch.
Off.
Into the night and on its way.
Just like a bunch of fire to me.
To touch the sun.
A daring mission to shed light on the mystery.
I think this silo right here, or one of those silos, dumps 1 million gallons.
Yeah, 500,000 gallons of water.
Will you send it to me?
Yeah,
of our closest star, the sun.
NASA's Parker Solar Probe will get closer to the sun than any spacecraft before it, actually dipping into the sun's atmosphere.
Vehicle trajectory looking good, right down the middle of the racetrack.
The probe was named after the 91-year-old solar physicist Eugene Parker, who was at the launch.
All I can say is, wow, here we go. We're in for some learning over the next several years.
It'll travel at 120 miles each second, faster than any other.
120 miles a second. Wow.
Once it's in.
Yeah, once it's up there, I guess.
The probe.
That would be like, what, from here to the other side of Orlando in 1 second? Well, you know what? It's exactly, I think, 120 miles to my racetrack. So from here to there in 1 second, sign me up.
That would be
I'll be there every weekend.
So it'll take 3 months to reach the sun, passing Venus on the way. The spacecraft will spend 7 years looping around the sun, and it'll get hot, 1,300 degrees Celsius.
We have a wonderful heat shield that we keep oriented between us and the sun. And so it keeps everything in the main body of the spacecraft nice and cool. It kind of creates a shadow. And it has a white coating on it that was specially designed for Parker Solar Probe. Very much like you prefer to be in a white car on a hot day instead of a black car on a hot day.
The probe will study the sun's atmosphere, which can be seen from Earth during a total eclipse.
Now, is this the closest we've ever been to the sun? I don't think we've ever been to the sun before, have we?
Correct.
That's what it's saying. You can't land on the sun.
No, I know you can't, but I don't even know that we've had a spacecraft, up
That's
there.
what it said. It's the closest it's
And
ever been.
beautiful from so far away, violent and tumultuous close up.
Man, is the sun bigger than the Earth?
By a touch.
See, you guys all laughed, but it's pretty close, isn't it?
No. Bubba, it has 9 planets circling around it from like almost 1 billion miles away.
So hold on, the
center of the solar system.
So hold on, the sun's bigger than we are?
Yeah, it's 109 times.
Larger.
Well, just think of the solar system and everything rotates around the sun.
Well, objects with larger mass, that's how gravity works. Attract smaller
This is
objects.
a real
That's why, you
picture
know how
from
we
a
have like the
previous
moon, Bubba?
Yeah.
Same concept.
The Parker probe will look even closer.
What's the sun made out of?
Gas.
Important that we study the sun because it affects our lives on Earth in so many ways. So there's a lot we don't understand.
I mean, without the sun, we die, right?
Yes.
This is where I wish we had Dan because he'd tell you exactly what the sun's made
Understand
up
about
of.
the sun? For example, the sun's atmosphere is far hotter
That's what I would say. Fire.
Let's see. Elements of
which
the
is the
sun.
opposite of the case on the Earth.
I think you're
we
right.
don't
It's
really
gases.
understand why, and
So
Parker Solar
sad.
Probe will help us understand those things for the first time.
92%
lights are
hydrogen,
caused
8% helium.
by particles spat out by the solar atmosphere. These same particles can disrupt power grids and communications. By studying the sun, scientists hope to be able to predict these events and learn.
No. I mean, tell me, I know I'm stupid with an 8th grade mentality at best, but I mean, like, the sun has been around longer than probably human life itself, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, the sun
Absolutely.
was here. I mean, do we believe in the Big Bang Theory? I mean, is that how we?
Well, that's not just the inception of the sun. That's the inception of the universe.
It says the sun was born 4.6
Tiny singularity
billion years
that
ago.
exploded and became all the mass of the universe.
So the sun exploded and caused everything.
No, the singularity. Do you know what the Big Bang? How it the origin story?
No, but this is
This
like
tiny little dot, this like infinitesimally small, dense object imploded on itself and created all the mass and all of the matter that is the known universe.
And the life that's
It says it's
more believable than the
4.6
Bible.
billion years old, and they think it will last another 7 to 8 billion years.
Oh, we're good. So
we're gone.
we're good. Let me.
Yeah.
This is. I guarantee you, Steve. I mean, Jay, you never heard of it. You
I've
didn't
never
know-
seen it.
Right, like this water system, this launch pad water deluge system test at NASA Kennedy Space Center. So I guess before they blast stuff off, they have to completely saturate it, and this is how they do it. Watch this.
Oh my God.
And it completely soaks everything.
There's so much propulsion and power in that water.
Oh my God, think about it.
I'm thinking about it.
I think they use the 2-finger cold section.
Look at that. That's like Old Yeller. It's like a geyser.
Yeah. But it's a controlled deal that they can do. You know, they build up. I guarantee you never knew about this. One-Eyed Billy showed me this.
That's unbelievable.
And they do this before every launch.
Do they reuse the water?
I'm sure.
I'm sure they do. And if you can see, you know, everything gets saturated with water.
Yeah.
And then they blast, then they blast off.
Now it's got like a controlled drain out.
Do you know how much that system alone probably costs? See, now everything's wet, and it won't be.
Gotta go on like a turbo vet. Sorry.
Yeah, you
tired of magazines.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, who would? I mean, nobody ever knew. None of you guys knew that.
No.
Nobody knew about that. But not even Dan knew about that. In fact,
how proud of yourself are you right now?
Pretty.
This is like your Campbell soup, level up.
And this knowledge came from One-Eyed Billy.
The pain, games, and mind fucks will continue. This is the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Bubba the Love Sponge returns after this.
Some mushrooms and shit in there.
Is this the first thing you're eating today? That's pretty good.
You can't just like put anything in your mouth in California. You gotta ask them. Is there anything in here?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh yeah, it's just like, 1,000 milligrams of THC.
From Mitch.
Exactly.
Mushroom man.
Wet. Gotta go like turbo vet.
You going tonight? Yeah.
There's a lot of extras against this.
You have
trying to make them back.
a babysitter or you're bringing a baby?
No,
Night games, that makes sense.
It's too late, yeah. Well, they're tested.
Eventually that's going to happen. That's what's unfortunate. Sitting on the sideline waiting because Taylor Swift is in the box. She is there, whatever that means. It's going one down.
We haven't tested it yet, like the whole, for this season. Him having his own ticket. Even though they tried to do it when he was like 6 months old.
So did you, you didn't get your own ticket from this year?
No. Especially with them raising prices.
Yeah.
Really good. It sucks. You're not going to buy a ticket, especially. Most of the games are at 1 o'clock.
Too high for us anyway, right?
Yeah. Would have been miserable last Sunday.
Oh, God. It was miserable in the box.
I know, none of you guys were up toward the glass. What was going to look up? None of you guys were up toward the glass. Like,
we were
back in the...
Loving the AC is what we were doing. Tifu was in the box, too. He retired from Twitch and everything, too.
He what?
Tifu was retired from Twitch and everything, Trace said. He hadn't been seen in months. He was shocked to see him in the box last week.
What happens then?
Has there been like a little bit of like a backlash against Twitch from some of the producers, like the content producers?
Gamers,
yeah. That's what Trace said.
Well, remember when I read that last time
Thursday night.
Yeah. Steve, he's that guy. Oh, that guy.
Yeah, you know the gambling guy.
Oh, right.
They were talking about
His business, stay out of that world. You know.
One of the founding Nelk boys, what's his name? Steve Will Do or Steve Can Do It, that guy?
Yeah.
He's not even allowed to show his face. It's the craziest thing ever. He was a super cool guy.
It's hilarious how much traction this has actually got. I think it's right now. It's like the old.
What do you think of him and his tank tops? Do you like him? Do you like the way he talks? I mean, I watched him a little bit this weekend because I was forced to watch college football.
I used to like him a lot.
He was Fox?
Yeah. I like him. I know it's kind of...
See, tell me the corporate line now.
But it's still,
He tries to still be like the rebel. I saw him with this stupid big belt buckle on. It's like, you know.
He panders to the different people places they go.
Does he?
He's doing it, obviously.
Master Spas just launched a global hot tub and swim spa sales event.
It's from September 1st through September 30th and takes place.
I would say the best ones early on.
Yeah.
Small, you know.
Yeah, when they're just coming out and being raw and real and funny. Did Jets get schooled yesterday?
Yeah, they have a chance. They go home early, but they lost 13.
So they 1 and 2. 1 and 2.
Genius is really trying to.
Oh, they did pick him up?
No, Jameis is with the Saints, but David Carr's hurt.
Yeah.
Derek Carr's hurt. So he went in, didn't do anything.
He didn't do anything?
Not really.
They lose?
To the Packers.
You know, as a Seminole fan, I've always kind of wished that he would do well, even though he sucked it up so bad here. I thought, maybe play under Drew Brees for a few years, get some eyeglasses and everything would turn around. That was wrong.
Yeah.
My wife, who doesn't pay much attention to football except for this year's fucking stupid BTLS, not stupid BTLS, but your little fantasy football league.
Yeah.
So she's like, seems like a Heisman is sort of a curse.
Yeah.
Kind of is.
Well, same thing with Ashley. Because Jameis wants to do well.
Because you think about what you think about
That's the thing about who was it? Reggie Bush did well. Who did really well as a Heisman
you
Trophy?
think about it all. It's all scary. One, the whole situation.
I mean, Joe Burrow's going to do well, I think. Yeah, I don't think there's. I mean, Matt Leinart. Right? It's like, they took Reggie Bush and threw him.
Yeah, Ricky Williams didn't do much.
No matter what.
Bubba right now.
I mean, you can go back. There's a couple guys, but I'm trying to think of recently.
It's not like a guaranteed lock. Like you think, you're the best player in college football, you're going to translate into one of the good players in the NFL. It just doesn't seem to work that way.
I mean, bro,
Tim Tebow. I mean,
like the guys that are
didn't technically Trent Dilfer win too? It took him forever to be a Super Bowl champion, but I mean,
yeah, the Ravens.
Right, but he was an ass bucket for years.
Oh yeah.
But he's a Super Bowl winner.
I mean,
Vinny Testaverde.
Yeah, I mean, colorblind.
Did Vinny win a Super Bowl?
No, I'm saying Heisman seems to be a curse. My wife has to pay attention to football. She's in this fantasy league with Lumma's wife.
The last couple ones, you could say Derrick Henry and
Let's bring on the pain. Let's bring on the noise. Now we turn.
Are you happy you listened to me?
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Hello?
Bubba.
Yeah.
Brian from Philly. How you doing?
What's up, Brian from Philly? I know you're coming. I think you're coming down. Are you coming down this weekend or what? What's Brian from?
On my way to Tampa right now for the game.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You're on your way to Tampa.
He's picking up the little ginger.
You're taking the filthy ginger to the game, or you guys are going together, I should say.
Yes, sir.
We're gonna meet up and go see Bob at Sunbelt.
Oh, okay.
It's tailgate.
Is Bob who was at my box last week?
Yeah. Well, no, I think I was.
It was an older guy with a beard and a couple kids.
Yeah, I think it was. He works for Bob.
Okay.
Thanks. So, Brian, what do you got?
I have to file a formal complaint on one of your employees.
I know what this is about.
Maybe she wants to turn herself in, before I tell the story.
All right, Anna, what's going on?
I believe this is in reference to my show on Friday when he sniped Florida Stanley, and I didn't see it
Stanley,
until
$100 snipe.
I didn't see it until
She ignored it purposely.
I did not ignore it. I swear to God.
You stood up for Florida Stanley? I mean, I like
Stanley
Brian
just
from
tried
Philly,
to,
and I just sniped him. I mean, sorry, Brian, you got to follow the rules.
Stanley just tried to suppress him before he could tell the story.
So now, hold on.
Threw in the quick 100.
Should we snipe Brian?
I mean, I don't know.
See you later.
I got one in the hopper.
Yeah, but he has one in the hopper, Bubba.
He has one saved
Anna
up.
didn't give it to him for Florida
So I need an
Stanley.
official ruling. Am I supposed to keep?
I say they wipe each other out.
Can they block each other? That's a whole new thing. You get a snipe, and could you get a block? Bubba, this is an official ruling from you. I don't know. You can. How many can block back and forth? What do you think, Bubba?
I don't know what I think.
I think you let him block and then see what happens with.
Lummy, what's the official ruling? You're in charge of chat. Does Brian? Do we keep Brian on?
We keep Brian on because Brian
has
didn't
one
get
in the
his 100.
hopper.
Yeah, he has one in the hopper.
He blocked.
He blocked it.
Okay. So anyway, Brian, what do you got for us, buddy?
On my way. Can I stop by the show tomorrow for like a half an hour on my way out of town?
Oh, Jesus.
Oh no.
Yeah, I got my plumber coming in too. Wants to sit on the show for like the last 30 minutes.
Everyone's sitting in.
Just like
he'll be on my lap.
Thank you, Bubba.
Get with Lummy. You Bubba Army, killing me. Yeah, you've seen the show before.
Never. Well, I've seen 199. I never seen the show.
It's not really different. It's much less. But yes, you can sit in tomorrow for a little bit.
Brian's cool though, man. He's OG, Philadelphia, Philly with me. He's come on, let me come up with more rhyme.
Jay.
What a Delray Beach
I know if you
kicker,
say
dude.
yes, the floodgates open. I get it. I get it. I get it.
Yeah. So.
All right.
Yeah, Brian. You and my plumber.
Bye, Brian. Please don't punch me in the face.
You and my plumber Jason can be sitting shoulder to the shoulder.
Don't be mad. I don't like people are mad.
I can't believe you did that to Brian from Philly.
What?
When she didn't call out his snipe.
Listen, I'm going to stick up. I'm going to stick up for her.
Doing those shows by myself.
I'm going to stick up for her, so you shut up, Anna.
Thank you.
Especially when I'm sticking up for you.
Shut the hell up.
Listen, when you're the host, it's tough to see you got a lot of moving parts. That in conjunction with trying to stay ahead of the conversation or create the conversation or create the content, try to keep people riveted and engaged and I could see where you could miss something.
Listen, I'm not only hosting the show, I am the show. That's it. It's just me there. doing everything.
I know. It's what I said.
So I'm sorry I missed it. If I would have seen it, of course, I always honor money. You know that. Come on, it's in my blood.
Money doesn't mean money means more to her than anybody.
Than anything.
Especially a hundo.
If you pay for it, you get it. And I apologize.
Yeah, she apologizes. So everybody to let give on
Give me a break.
Give on a break.
God.
Well, I got to tell you, if it's me and you on the beach, and this shark has beached itself, man, what you got to be careful is once they get a little bit, they like to snap back around real fast to get what might be pulling on their tail.
Oh yeah, they're kind of like a gator.
Yeah. So, man, I mean, I don't want this shark to die or nothing. But I might just be sitting on my lawn chair letting nature handle itself.
Me too.
You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at you saying, hey, Jay, you want to go down there and maybe get our feet bit off? Or
I'm
do you
not
want
playing shark games.
I mean, listen, Jay, I mean, this is nature, isn't
Nope.
it?
Especially as a surfer, man, I stay as
exactly.
far away from. So that's like, oh God.
So, listen, kudos to these heroes.
Really?
Really?
Kudos?
It's not an endangered species. It's just a shark.
I know,
but you don't want it to die.
But you don't want it to die. I mean, you really don't.
You don't?
No, you probably don't.
Make them sharks.
And kudos to these guys. But man, I don't know if I'm down there doing this or not. But you know what? These men did, and I applaud them for doing it. So watch this.
Tina Fey is filming this, by the way.
Yeah,
It's the real Tina Fey?
I think so.
Yeah. No.
Is it not?
No. See, that's what you got to. That's what you got to watch out for.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, once they come back to life, they think that you're the one that caused them to be beached, so they want to bite you.
They sure do.
That thing's got to be a couple thousand pounds.
That's a great white, someone said.
Okay, well, that's different. Save a great white.
That's not a great white.
No,
It
it's not,
says
but
Mako.
someone in the video said that.
It's not.
I know it's not.
It's a Mako shark.
Mako.
Babe, look at them freaking teeth.
Look at them teeth.
Maybe it's not.
Yeah, I mean, look. I mean,
That's no whale.
Oh yeah,
That's no whale.
But I'll
Anna.
tell you, man.
Oh, look
if
at that eyeball.
if that thing gets a hold of your ankle, you're never surfing the rest of your life,
No,
Jay.
no.
Whether your brother's the best plastic surgeon known to man.
I run from sharks. That
Poor
is
little-
scary. Look how prehistoric that face
I know.
is.
Poor little guy, though, he's stuck.
Yeah.
You want to save that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know, Jay. I told you I might be on my lawn chair with you.
I think we're videoing it.
Yeah.
Whoa!
See, that's where you got to watch
dumb
out.
as hell.
Let me that snapback.
Oh my.
Whoa, guys.
And it hit you with that tail. That tail's powerful.
Babe, it's too dangerous. Don't be doing
That'll
that.
knock you out.
See?
Yeah, lifeguard's going to do something.
Look at them.
Look at them fans.
Oh, my God, that mouth.
Now, at this point, Jay, he's smothering to death, is he not? He's suffocating.
He's suffocating.
Oh, look at the little fish that's on him too, trying to survive.
Oh, a little sucker fish.
Yeah.
Man, I would not. That guy walked real casual by
Right.
him. Man, I'd be totally on my
Well, he can't see him.
I got it.
Let me. Not everybody's a fish expert like you are. Okay.
No, I seen that's with that fish guy.
Look, he got a little bit of water there, Bubba.
I know.
See, he's getting a little bit of stuff in his gills.
Now watch. Let me watch.
Oh, dude, get the hell out of there. Yeah. Get out of there, dude.
Now watch.
They're running.
Babe, let him.
Now they're getting him close. He's still not. Now see,
Dude, that guy's
damn it.
that
Hold
guy's
on.
rugged
Hold on.
right
Hold
there.
on here. Hold on. I just missed it. Here we go. Now hold on. This is where you got to watch out because as soon as he comes to, sometimes they do the real quick snap back.
And he's got enough water now that he can make some movement.
Let him.
Yeah, babe. Now see that guy right there, dude? You need to push and run.
Yes.
Push and run.
Push and run.
Right now. Push and run.
Yeah, let him.
That bitch could snap back comma style, like a little comma.
A comma.
And get you, like Nike swoosh style, and
Take your
get
leg
you.
out.
No, it's not dead.
Hold on.
Get running.
Hold on. I promise you. This is just the difference of the way people are made. That only dumbass white people would do this. A black guy would be like, hell no, I am not doing that at all. Now see, now he's starting to come back to life. Run! Run! Starting
That's a Florida man story waiting to happen.
Oh, yeah.
Florida man gets bit by a shark.
Hold on, look at. Yeah.
Oh man, that's incredible.
Now look at.
Hell yeah! Wouldn't it be hilarious if it went and bit someone in the water right
kids,
there?
back in the beach, kids.
Just
back in the water.
Back in the water. Give it 10 minutes. Get on outside. Enough for us to. When I come back, Taylor Swift is officially dating Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
And is it it's a big deal, isn't it?
It was front page news everywhere.
For some reason, it's a big deal.
Yeah, exactly.
Cute.
For some reason.
We may get a new album out of this.
But any person, she is probably one of the top 3 stars in the world.
Yes.
Right. And she's also known for revenge songs. Whenever a relationship doesn't work for her, she writes a song about that person and blasts them.
Yeah,
that guy's screwed.
Travis Kelce, who, by the way, is an unbelievable tight end for the Chiefs. Arguably, Lummy, one of the top 3 tight end.
Yeah.
Him, Ertz.
He's probably the best in the league right now with his Super Bowl wins.
Mark Andrews.
Yeah,
honestly.
But he's top 3 in the league.
Oh yeah, right
for
now.
sure.
I mean, and
he's a borderline Hall of Famer one day if he wins some more.
And he's blasting Taylor Swift. That shows you how much of a pimp. I mean, she's just not blasting anybody.
Nope.
She's blasting Travis Kelce. Good for him.
Was a hockey player for a while too.
Was she blasting a hockey player?
Yeah, and then she wrote a song about him.
This break gives Bubba time to Monty up on an unsuspecting member of the support staff.
I walk up on him, I bear hug him, bite him in the shoulder.
Jesus!
Bubba the Love Sponge returns after this.
Bubba made like her.
Crazy bathroom real quick.
Yeah, get crazy with it. Get crazy with it. Just because it's a cruel summer. Cruel summer.
Let's see. And he went from one spectrum to the other on females.
Ugh.
Well, I sent you the Instagram of the girl he was dating for like the last 6-7 years before he broke up with her for Taylor Swift. It's a little bit of a difference.
Who's that, Bubba?
Travis Kelce's ex-girlfriend. Like, they dated for 6 years and
She's
broke
pretty.
up.
John Pete.
But it's like,
I mean, her body is the exact opposite of Taylor
That's what I'm
Swift's.
saying.
It's like she's curvaceous and sexy.
Oh, he's got range. Like tall and thin, a little bit curvy.
She's beautiful.
Yeah.
Me either, but can certainly respect good looking. Good looking's good looking.
White.
We also gotta talk about Ursher. You know?
See a big plunger. It's a biggie. That's not good, Snizzer. Gotta find those right numbers. 7-Eleven.
I'm always on Team Julio Jones. Julio Jones.
Man. It's growing. Biggie.
Always Julio Jones. Cool summer.
This guy's playing hardball.
Human misery has never sounded so good.
My life is over and I'm gonna wind up working at Red Lobster.
We're back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
The big hubbub is that Travis Kelce, tight end for the Chiefs, is currently dating Taylor Swift. It was all over everywhere yesterday.
Yeah.
Kind of a distraction for the game in itself.
Well, they kept showing her in the box, even when he didn't make a play.
I know.
So if you're a Kansas City fan, this is like unnecessary off-field drama.
Yeah.
There's the best.
Look at that outfit. He's in a clown outfit.
Yeah.
What is that?
He's a painter.
Hey,
How you doing?
There's the best.
He's a painter.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just getting
Yeah.
that.
It's okay.
Here's his the girl he just broke up with that he'd been with like 4 or 5 years, right, Lummy?
Do they have kids?
I don't know if they have kids, but yeah, since 2017.
This is who he broke up with to date Taylor Swift.
Man, talk about a downgrade.
What?
She's a beautiful.
I mean, when you compare net worth,
it's just opposite ends of the spectrum.
obviously.
She's beautiful and curvaceous and muscular, and Taylor Swift's not.
Okay.
No.
She's pretty.
Different.
She's pretty. They're much different.
That's great.
I mean,
my daughter now knows who Kelsey is, I'm sure.
I mean, this
11,
chick did publicly complain about him making her pay for her own stuff, though, which is kind of funny.
This girl right here?
Yeah, so he goes after the billionaire.
Yeah, exactly.
He wants to be a made man,
I mean,
a kept man.
I mean, you're going with a girl that can pick you up for a date in a private jet. I mean, that's an upgrade, ain't it?
Okay, I didn't include that in the factor. She's beautiful.
I'm just saying.
Taylor Swift is very, very pretty, though.
Taylor calls up and said, hey, Travis, I know it's your bye week. I'm going to send a Gulfstream 650 over to pick you up. I thought maybe we'd go to, Belize for the weekend.
So when she stands on her wallet, she's much prettier.
Yeah. Talk about an unbelievable. I got to get going so we don't run late. But talk about an I read this story so I can kind of paraphrase it. The Bucks. I mean, Jay, you're in the. You have a luxury suite which is considered season tickets
for years.
Yeah, and
forever.
Dan, and Lummy, you got season tickets.
Yes.
But I mean, like with the Bucks, it's whether they're gonna sell out season tickets or not. Several factors are included in that. Whether we have Tom Brady, whether blah blah blah. But it's always touch and go. It's never locked in. This couple, after 40 years of waiting. Jeez. By the way, the current list is at 140,000 people for the Green Bay Packers season tickets. This couple put their name in 40 years ago. They were like 12,000th back then. They got to go to their first, as season ticket holders, go to their first game yesterday as the season opened. They'd been on the Packer waiting list for 40 years.
Can you pass that? Can you bequeath that to your children, or once you die, it's over? It goes back.
No, you can't. You can give it to your kids.
It's like property value.
That's
it's
why.
crazy.
That's why it takes so long for people to get it.
How many people are in Wisconsin or Green Bay?
Not that many.
Only 80,000.
That's it.
Yeah. Only 80,000. 40 years. 40 years. We'll do our podcast. It'll be up at noon. It'll also be live on Locals. Jay, thank you, my friend.
My pleasure. Thank you.
We will see you via our podcast as we're winding the month up. Go download it if you can. Anywhere you get your podcast, type in The Bub Army. It'll be up today at noon. We'll see you then.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge.
Co-host and show historian, Lummox.
Co-host, Anna Hummel.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire, of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra, of Council.
Brett, the Filthy Ginger, video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
And for everything else, go to thebubbaarmy.com.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.